at the University of Oxford. We're multidisciplinary team of researchers and public policy professionals. So even though we're based at the university, we're actually spending a lot of our time learning from pioneering, innovative government officials, both in the UK and around the world. And we can really deeply in our work about enabling governments anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter where we work, maybe beyond the UK. We want to enable governments to work more effectively with the private sector, with the non-profit sector, with social entrepreneurs to achieve better social outcomes. So closing the name framework, where the government outcomes, that's something that I feel very deeply about, and really the focus on outcomes is key to unlocking more innovation in the public sector. And so we've spent the past 7 years at the doing research and learning from government officials around the world, trying to understand exactly the question that I think the conference is asking as well. How do you turn barriers into enablers when it comes to innovative approaches to the way governments work with businesses, with non-profits, with philanthropies, with community-based groups? And in particular, we've been investigating how organizing and managing these partnerships as effectively as possible, using the focus on outcomes and using the focus on measurement, can lead to more efficiency in public spending, can unlock savings, and crucially, can lead to better services for citizens, which is what I think everyone in the room, everyone on Teams cares about and is here for. And of course, the idea of government working in partnership with other sectors is not new. I think what's innovative in emergence in the last decade, or the last
But how much money do you think the UK government spends annually on contracting with the private and profit sector? Have a think. Obviously, I can't see you, so I don't know if anyone's putting their hand up, wanting to provide the answer. So I'll tell you. In the UK alone, the government spends annually 300 billion UK public spending, but it's often unclear if these services actually provide value for money. It's a huge amount of money that government is spending on things from looking after children who are not safe with their families, individuals who facing homelessness, looking at our roads, schools, prisons, and so on. But very often we don't know what value for money these services provide. And I imagine if we could improve the way these partnerships are funded, the way they're run, and crucially how their impact is measured. So I've asked you to have a guess about the public spend on contracting in the UK. I wonder if anyone knows how much government spends on procurement of goods and services in South Africa. Have a think, have a guess. I know there are a few people on Teams, so if anyone wants to drop a number on Teams, that's also okay. Okay, I'll tell you. So this is according to International Monetary Fund's analysis. In South Africa, the government spends over 500 billion rands a year on procurement of goods and services. And that amounts actually, or in 2021-2022, for that financial year, that public procurement spending amounted to about 15% of the GDP of South Africa. So that's huge, and it's widely recognized within the UK, in South Africa, in countries around the world, really, is that if we can improve these procurement practices, this contracting practice, and ultimately how government works in partnership with other organizations, then you stand to achieve not only better value for money and potentially savings to government spending as well, but improve social services. And so I've mentioned that these challenges are not unique to South Africa or to the UK. Governments around the world face similar challenges, and from tackling climate change to education and lots of other policy areas, we know that governments alone cannot tackle these challenges. So it's imperative that government works with the private sector, works with non-profits, but it also needs to do so in a way that's as effective as possible, and in a way that ensures better value for public spending and better services. I've put this slide here because in my work we talk a lot about outcomes, and I'd like to invite you all to have a think about what outcomes and the focus on outcomes might look like in your work, in the areas that you're responsible for, whether it's education, roads, social care, and so on. I've worked in government previously before my role with the university, and I found that a lot of the services that we were paying for, we were always thinking about inputs. It's easier to specify, oh, I want to see you working so many hours with so many individuals. I want you as the provider of a service to do this, and that's how most government contracting happens. But shift that and try to articulate outcomes that you want to see achieved for a particular service that maybe you're responsible for that or that you're funding. What should those outcomes be? How would you go about measuring them? And how would you know how much you should pay for them? So if you want to stop paying for inputs or activities and paying for outcomes, how do you achieve that in practice? So for me, I've been fascinated by this idea of using outcomes to bring about more innovation in the public sector, because in many ways, it's so appealing, it seems so logical, so simple. And certainly when I first started in this job, I used to think, wow, all the services should be commissioned and paid for on the basis of outcomes. But the reality is actually much more complex and shifting from counting inputs to measuring outcomes is really hard. You need to know what to measure, how to measure it. You need to invest in all the infrastructure that's needed to do that measurement effectively. So perhaps some of these questions that I have and that I've been grappling with, my basic and perhaps their core public administration questions. But to me, and from my experience, having worked and spoken to government officials from around the world, I think really shifting from thinking and paying for public services on the basis of outcomes and not inputs is truly innovative, maybe even revolutionary, and also incredibly challenging. And Nape, if you're happy to move us to the next slide, please. The partnerships quite a bit. So I think it's worth maybe explaining a little bit more what we actually mean by outcomes-based partnerships, especially for those of you who might be less familiar with the model, with the idea. And the first thing to highlight is that there isn't a singular definition of outcomes-based partnerships. They can take many forms and shapes, but they have a really core idea at their heart, which is that an outcome funder, so usually a government entity, links payment for a particular service or social program to the achievement of some measurable outcomes, as opposed to linking payment to inputs or activities, which tends to be the norm in public service provision. And then more innovative forms of these partnerships are things like social impact bonds, which also bring in socially motivated investors. I hesitated a little bit with social impact bonds because they are the sort of like cutting edge in many ways of these outcomes-based partnerships. Some organizations, and certainly in South Africa, there is experience with social impact bonds, but I'm also mindful that for some of you, they might be completely new. Again, at the end of my presentation, I'll drop some helpful links for you in the chat, and hopefully the organizers can share those with all of you. But because I'll come back to social impact bonds in particular later in my presentation, I just want to explain what's different in a social impact bond as compared to, I guess, other types of outcomes-based partnerships. What's different in an impact bond is that you have the involvement of impact investors. So these are socially motivated investors that provide the upfront capital that a provider, a delivery organization would require to get a program off the ground and run it until the outcome payments kick in. If the predetermined outcomes are achieved, then the outcome funder pays back the provider and investors. And I think it is really important to think about these partnerships and these specific models like impact bonds, because otherwise just discussing about outcomes and a focus on outcomes at the really high level way, it's interesting, but unless, you know, the devil's in the detail, unless you start thinking, okay, I want to shift my focus to outcomes, a way to do that effectively in practice is to try to link some of the payments, at least for public services, to achievement of those outcomes. And knowing how to do that and how to organize those partnerships is really important. If this all sounds a little bit too theoretical, I'd like to give you a simple example of what I mean by a focus on outcomes and what I mean by outcomes-based partnerships and what that feels in practice. So let's say that government is looking to support more people into jobs by funding employment support services, for example. So services to help people get a job. The government may choose a provider or multiple providers of training services and pay them on the basis of things like, for example, the number of coaching sessions they offered, the hours of training, or perhaps the number of people they worked with. But how can government be sure that the money that it's spending on this training is actually leading to more people securing stable jobs after they completed the training? So by contrast, in an outcomes-based partnership, instead of specifying activities and paying for inputs, the government sets out and pays for the outcomes it wants to see achieved. So for example, job attainment, job sustainment for a particular period of time. So you're not paying for activities for the training provided, but the results of the training. it's such a simple idea, but I just want to be clear that measuring outcomes comes with a lot of complexity. And as I said before, that the devil is always in the detail. I won't spend too much time now on why measuring outcomes is really challenging. By the way, the organizers of the conference have my contact details, and if any of you want to sort of like dig deeper into some of the questions and issues that I've mentioned so far, feel very free to get in touch with me. Now the big question really, which I think will be relevant hopefully to all of you, is why use a focus on outcomes? We're busy, we have a lot of things to do. Why go through this very difficult process of shifting how we think about public services from inputs and activities to outcomes? And that's a question that we asked ourselves actually when we first started investigating these partnerships. And what we did is we started actually speaking with a lot of governments, a lot of officials with experience of working in outcomes-based partnerships, and try to understand from them what were the rationales, the reasons why they were interested in using a focus on outcomes. There were many reasons that came up in those discussions, obviously depending on whether they were a government official level, the questions of core. And three key rationales for using a focus on outcomes. I'll give just a brief overview of these three rationales. And as I do so, I would also encourage you to think about what that means in your own work. This particular framework, I have to say, it was developed in the UK context, but I've shared it over the past few years in many different contexts, in Sweden, Finland, Australia, and so on. And every time government officials in those countries told us, wow, that really resonated with us. So we started by looking at the three core challenges that we identified, that you can see them at the very top of the slides. So the first one relates to the fragmentation in delivery and the separation of budgets. So in the UK, and I apologize, I don't know the South African context quite so well, you have multiple government agencies responsible for usually the same population group. So you have local government responsible for the social care of elderly residents, but then you have a health authority responsible for their health care, and then you might have a different organization, a non-profit providing, I don't know, like loneliness support and so on. So you have this really fragmented ecosystem of delivery and funding, with different government departments funding tiny bits of provision, which ends up creating duplication, creating provision, inadequate communication, and so on. And from our work, we found that a focus on outcomes is a really strong way to foster more collaboration, both across multiple government commissioners or multiple government agencies, but also on the provider side. And that what that means in practice and why it matters, it means that service users, the beneficiaries, the people who are trying to help with the services are getting a much more holistic wraparound support when you're using a focus on outcomes to unlock more collaboration. The other reason why we've seen governments use outcomes-based partnership relates to prevention. It's often really difficult for governments to justify spending on prevention. And again, certainly in the UK context, with diminishing public budgets, we've seen more of a tendency for the preventative services to be seen as a nice to have service that when budget shrinks, gets cut or gets reduced significantly. But if you're paying for outcomes, if you're only paying for what works, then it's easier for governments to justify making that investment, because they know that if a service won't achieve the preventative impact that it wants to see achieved, it won't have to pay for it. And then finally, the one most relevant to the discussion today is around innovation. How does that work in practice? Why does a focus on outcomes lead to more innovation? But perhaps it's quite straightforward. It's because in an outcomes-based partnership, you're not focusing on being very prescriptive about the activities that you want to see achieved, but you're giving flexibility, you're giving space for innovation to those responsible for delivery at the front line. I think NAPA has already moved on to the next slide, which I take as a sign that I need to speed up a little bit. So I've shared quite a lot of the sort of like quite a high level about outcomes-based partnerships. What we do in my team at Oxford University is look very, very closely at a particular type of outcomes-based partnership, which is social impact bonds. I've already briefly explained what they are. Now, if we could go back briefly to the previous slide, in here you'll see a snapshot, so not on this slide, but the one before had included a snapshot of all the different impact bond projects that had been launched around the world, just to give you a sense of the scale of this project. So there's over 280 of them scattered around the world at the moment. Sounds like a big number, but actually as a proportion of public spend, they remain quite small. And again, as I'm sure you all appreciate, innovation and doing things differently is really difficult, and it takes a lot of time, which is perhaps one of the reasons we haven't seen more of these instruments being used. Brilliant. And if you're curious to have more of an exploration to understand, okay, what do these projects actually look like in practice? What kind of services do they deliver? What kind of individuals they support, what kind of policy areas they tackle? I would encourage you all to use your phone right now, maybe to scan the QR code, so that will open on your phone, and maybe you can check it out over the break. And then on the next slide, thanks Nape, I had included a snapshot of the state of play in South Africa specifically, where actually there have been like small clusters of pioneering work for quite a number of years now. So on the next slide, you'll see so far there have been 4 impact bond projects launched in South Africa specifically, and I've also included on that slide the policy areas that they focus on. One project focuses specifically on early childhood care. There's one around employment and training, one focused on health, and one dealing with agriculture and environment. And on the next slide, a snapshot, just again to give you an idea of the range of organizations involved. Maybe some of you in the room are actually part of these organizations. Maybe you didn't even know that there's a very innovative impact bond project developed by your agency. So I would urge you all to if you're interested in this, go and find out more about the projects, understand, who's working on them, connect with them, and learn from them directly. I will perhaps skip the last slide with the key considerations. This is all just to say that with outcomes-based partnerships and really innovative ways to work with the private and non-profit sector, the technical side, the measurement side, the contracting side is just as important as the relational. So in our work at the Go Lab at the university, we've started exploring actually how can you bring more trust into these partnerships, and how can you balance that need for trust with a need for accountability. And then the final thing that I wanted to share with you, which brings me actually nicely to the kind of one of the key points that I wanted to make, which is around the role of data and really enabling these partnerships and enabling these partnerships to achieve the impact that they set out to do. So this is related to our international data collaborative, which we call Indigo. You saw the name on the previous slide. So what we've tried to do with this data collaborative, which we launched about 5 years ago, so we've put quite a lot of effort into it, and it's grown organically over the years, is we've tried to work with all those organizations, whether it's government or other sectors, who have been developing outcomes-based partnerships, to get from them granular data on their projects, and not just key information on the stakeholders involved and how much money is committed, but quite granular information around the types of outcomes they use, the metrics, the measurement, and crucially, the performance data. So for a lot of the innovative projects in the UK, through our partnership with the UK government, we've actually managed to to work with them to agree to share publicly in the public domain the performance of this project. So actually show what outcomes are being achieved, how much is being paid for a particular outcome. So again, those of you working in government, I hope you'll appreciate how pioneering that is, having that level of transparency and openness. And I think that's really important regardless of the area you work in, because I think if you recognize, I think everyone here will recognize the importance of openness and transparency and better data in the public sector, then the key question is, well, how do you achieve that in practice in a meaningful way? And how do you collate, curate and share data in a way that is inclusive, in a way that brings the whole community together and gets all the organizations involved open to share their data publicly. So this is something that we've done in our work for outcomes-based partnerships specifically, and we're really proud that actually we've managed to extend the work that we do beyond the UK. And actually we have a partnership with an organization in South Africa, the South Africa Medical Research Council. Again, maybe some of you in the room are part of that organization. So in partnership with the South Africa Medical Research Council, for instance, we are able to get more data, more granular data on the projects that are being implemented specifically in South Africa, and we're also using that data to share it. We do events and we try to bring together like relevant stakeholders to enable more learning. Final 2 points maybe from me on the next slide, Nape. Just wanted to briefly make this point, like it's not enough to gather data, and it's not enough to put data on a website and make it available. We think it's really important to tell a story with data, so tell a data-driven story. And this Lego analogy here on that slide seeks to emphasize how we went about gathering, sorting data, putting it together, and then telling a story in our work. And the final bit that I think you will be interested in, and this is really innovative, this is a snapshot of a machine learning prototype that we developed in partnership with machine learning experts at a different university in the UK. What we wanted to do is to make it easier for government officials and their partners in other sectors to navigate the growing body of evidence and data emerging in our field of outcomes-based partnership. So what we did, we used researchers at Oxford University to do a really comprehensive, systematic review of all the evidence around the world around the effectiveness of outcomes-based partnerships, and then we selected only those high-quality papers that met a particular standard. And then what we did is we trained the machine to be able to filter through and read really all these papers, so like over 11,000 papers, to be able to give policymakers like really up-to-date information on evidence, on projects in different regions, different policy areas at a click of a button. Again, I will share the link to this with you. This is maybe a nice tool for you to play with if you want to understand more about outcomes-based partnerships and crucially see exactly what the evidence has been, so what's been researched and published, in South Africa and maybe other places of the world. I will stop here because I feel like I've already covered quite a bit of ground. I hope this will leave you, if nothing else, curious to understand more about what outcomes-based partnerships mean and look like in practice, and perhaps curious to understand what a focus on outcomes might mean in your own work, and how a focus on outcomes can help you innovate, can help you be better, serve more people in your role. So with that, just a huge thanks, and again, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Andrea. I hope you can still hear us. There was a little bit of a glitch with connectivity once or twice, but I think we were able to follow. If you are able to stay for questions, we're going to take the opening keynote address from the Deputy Minister, and thereafter we will open the floor for questions. So please note your questions, post them on the app. and be ready to continue. I think it's so important for us to start reflecting on what the outcomes of our innovations are, and specifically in this field where so much of our budgets are spent on social grants. And how do we harness the data that we have and work together? And I think that's, the presentation may have been very dense, but I think it's such an important thing. And thank you so much, Andrea, for sharing this with us. Incidentally, downstairs, the HSRC, who is present, I don't know if Paul and Akona is in the room here, will do exactly that, is they will use existing data stories for the teams to help start not only sharing their data stories, but to apply that in terms of solutions for outcomes going forward. I would like to introduce to you our keynote address speaker, Dr. Kana Pilane Majake, our Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration. It's impossible for me to read her whole CV because that's going to be just the same length as the keynote address. So please forgive me. You can go, you've got your phones, you've got your connectivity, so you can Google her CV. But the important highlights that I want to share with you is she's been a member of our parliament for 3 administrations, but she is not only a politician. She has served both in the public service and the private sector as the chief executive of the Gender Commission, so she knows how to lead an organization. She was the executive director of an engineering company, and she was working with donors and donor funding, instrumental in bringing gender issues into the funding environment of the EU in South Africa and supporting so many of our solutions. So we have someone that has experienced both sides of the coin as a public servant and as a leader of public servants. So it's for us an honor to have our Deputy Minister do the keynote address. Dr. Pilane Majake, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Good morning. Goeiemôre sanibonani. Abusheni, Macheroni, Dumelang. It's good to be here with you this morning. Let me just acknowledge in our midst, Mayor Julia Sebokedi, the Executive Director of CPSI, which has organized the conference. To also acknowledge DGs and senior managers present here today from the public sector, innovators that are here with us this morning, the private sector in business, the CEO of GEMS, Dr. Stan Molwabi, the CEO of Steve Biko Hospital, Dr. Lehlohonolo Majake Mokhuma, fellow speakers. And I just want to also thank and acknowledge the presentations that were made by our international speaker, Andrea Anastasio, and our techno-savvy Granny, Meputi Rahupala. If you listen to that presentation, both of them were actually focusing on quite a number of issues, including performance, collaboration, teamwork, and also Matupili principles. I was quite impressed in the manner in which you were actually presenting Matupili principles, Meputi, as if you are actually working for TPSA. But having been a principal, it's understandable. Also, what came out of their presentation is that the usage, storage, and analysis of data is very important in terms of the work that actually puts us here today. And also, what came out was the patriotism that is important. There's absolutely nothing that you can be in the position to do for the country if you're not patriotic. Where it begins is how you feel about your country, and just acknowledging and understanding that it's you who can make the country to thrive, and therefore become ambassadors of the country. And when you become an ambassador for the country, nothing becomes difficult. Whenever there are challenges, you will be in the position to actually manage to engage in a way that actually is solution focused. And that's what actually brings us here this morning through this conference that have been organized by the Center for Public Service Innovation. Program Director, thank you for affording me this opportunity to deliver this keynote address to this occasion of the 2023 Public Sector Innovation Conference. Let me also convey my gratitude to the CPSI for organizing this important, highly strategic platform that signifies public servants, private sector partners, and academia in the spirit of bringing about solutions to challenges experienced across government. This conference provides all of us with an opportunity to share valuable experiences and learn from each other. This conference also is without doubt a critical platform which is at the center of strategic mandate of the CPSI, Center for Public Service Innovation, to inculcate the culture and practice of innovation in the public sector to improve service delivery. Held annually since 2007, the value and purpose of this conference can never be overemphasized. As government faces mounting pressure of delivering basic services in a form of socio-economic rights as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, it becomes more urgent to step up capacity for realization of these rights, regardless the challenges South Africa is currently facing. Population explosion is but one of the challenges experienced due to migration. The number of unregistered migrants has increased to almost 1/8 of the country population. This conference plays a critical role in inspiring robust and frank dialogue on how we can innovatively deal with such challenges. And I've actually just selected to put in my presentation population explosion because this is serious. It's serious also in the manner in which it actually impacts on service delivery. If you look at the kind of numbers that South Africa has got to actually take care of, as compared to the known number of citizens of this country, you'd understand why services in South Africa are actually overloaded. We have looked at hospitals, we look at the numbers of people that lately have got to be attended to in all South African hospitals. The numbers are huge. They're impossible. You look at the schools, the number of children that have got to be registered and how many numbers of children also get frustrated because of the fact that they find it difficult to manage to actually be absorbed within schools. And it's because of this that I've actually mentioned. There's the population explosion that South Africa is facing as a serious problem because of migration. Migration that we understand where it comes from due to the fact that South Africa being the economic hub of Africa. Everybody in Africa thinks South Africa is where life is. And what it actually then poses to us as sitting here as people who are actually consciously looking at challenges is how do we begin to re-strategize in terms of the manner in which we plan. When we have to do plans for every government department, we need to actually not shy away from talking about this that I'm actually putting forward, because you can ignore it if you like. You can pretend as if it doesn't exist, but the fact of the matter is that this problem exists and it wants us to begin to acknowledge it and to begin to know how to work around it. And I'm not really saying we should actually encourage our fellow Africans to come into South Africa illegally. But if we have a situation of this nature, what it means is that it begins to become a challenge that says, yes, we do know that there could be certain things that are wrong, because when people come into any country, they need to register, they need to be legal. We know that we've got to actually acknowledge the status of refugees when people want to have the status of being refugees in South Africa. But we know that this is not what is our problem. Our problem is unregistered migrants that are in South Africa that on a day-to-day basis have got to actually be provided services from within the country. The conference seeks to provide thought leadership in public sector innovation space as we rethink government service delivery modalities and explore how innovation can act as a catalyst for accelerated action. As we are gathering here in the spirit of active citizenry and participatory democracy, we have a duty and responsibility to play our part by contributing innovative, practical ideas that can help the country to achieve Vision 2030 of the NDP, the AU Agenda 2063, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals through innovation. Program Director, as we all know, this year we meet under the theme, Public Sector Innovation, Turning Barriers into Enablers. This theme propels us to interrogate barriers to service delivery in different ways. All public sector innovations are spurred by the urge to overcome barriers in service delivery. This is the spark that drives innovators like Technogranny, who addressed us earlier this morning, who is not allowing age, retirement, and rural setting or born before technology to become a barrier. We appreciate you, Meputi Rahopala. Internally developed solutions step up service delivery like it is the case at Western Cape Hospital and Emergency Tracking Information System. In this regard, the 2022 Public Sector Innovator of the Year recipient will share their journey with us tomorrow. The annual awards programs encourage more and more innovative ideas that are solution-driven in government. The Center for Public Service Innovation recently launched at Gauteng Department of Health digital biometric fingerprinting to identify unclaimed bodies of deceased persons through a software developed by the CSIR. And I'm sorry that the CSIR is not here because they are supposed to always be walking the journey with us. And this is the teamwork that has actually been emphasized by the previous two speakers, so that our effort becomes comprehensive in a manner and inclusive in a manner in which we try to deal with the challenges that we've got. A debilitating factor in innovation is ambivalence and doubt among public servants who end up questioning their ability to innovate due to fear of transgressing policies and legislation. In pursuit of building confidence, the Center for Public Service Innovation is leading the public sector in creating an environment that is enabling and conducive for innovation without fear and consequential punishment. As a result, more public servants will be able to freely unleash their initiatives and creativity to find active solutions to existing service delivery challenges while also contributing to modernization of public service. Program Director, innovation thrives through partnerships and collaborations within and outside government. And that's when we have to realize also how important the private sector is when it comes to innovation. These partnerships are open to multilateral ideas, models, and practical solutions. As a government, we also are looking forward to more partnerships and collaborations with the BRICS countries with regard to governance through modernization towards economic advancement, which is getting a spotlight at the BRICS summit currently hosted in South Africa. Inclusive innovation should also embrace youth in the development discourse. Young people possess a daring curiosity necessary for innovation that can help us scale up higher levels of economic growth and investment. Through the Public Sector Innovation Trailblazer Program, the CPSI promotes and nurture ICT skills through digital literacy program, developing the public servants of the future. Over the years, this initiative has unveiled some impressive young innovators. This morning, running concurrently with this conference, I had the pleasure of launching the Public Sector Innovation Hackathon, dubbed hashtag Public Sector Innovation Hack 2023, which is actually happening downstairs. This is made up of a group of versatile young, techno-savvy youth who will hack out the best solutions identified for service delivery challenges. As part of this conference, we have an exhibition where all sorts of interesting innovations are being showcased. Please make time to visit the exhibition. One of these is the Hydro Panels project, a fascinating innovation that uses solar panels to produce water. These hydro panels rely solely on sunlight to exert high-quality drinking water from the air in a variety of climates, from very humid to very dry. This innovation has already been installed in rural Eastern Cape, household, and schools. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, August month is the month we pay homage to women who gallantly marched to the Union Building in 1956 in defiance of oppressive laws that threatened to rob them of their human dignity and pride. These are women who marched to demand social, economic, and political rights at the time. Many of these gallant fighters and matriarchs have never been acknowledged and celebrated like the march leaders such as Mama Betha Kawa, Lillian Ngowi, Helen Joseph, Rahina Musa, Sophia de Bruyn, the only surviving leader of the 1956 march. While we pay homage to these stalwarts of our struggle, we cannot remain oblivious to the struggles of women such as gender-based violence. Declared a pandemic by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa over COVID. We cannot actually be oblivious to the relentlessness and dispossession of women, feminized poverty, skew economic participation, understanding that South African economy is still mostly owned by white males, and the exclusion of women in general is still a concern, and negative media stereotypes that haunts women contribute continued harsh realities about the destiny of the girl child also needs to be taken into consideration, because the problems that women experience, they begin when they are girl children, and this is why it's always important to continue to put on the agenda for women the issue of the girl child. And this is not an exclusion of the boy child. I've been in many forums where I've actually been told, when you speak about the girl child, it's at the exclusion of the boy child. It's not so. It's because of the fact that we try to deal with issues that impact negatively on the lives of women when they are still girl children. Also, other challenges are limited opportunities to good health and education for women, environmental degradation that negatively and directly impact on the lives of women and their children. unfriendly labor markets that absorb more men than women also need to be looked at. That is, according to Statistics South Africa, 54% of women as compared to 64% of men are in the labor market. Even worse, among the 54% of women in the labor market, a large percentage of them occupy low-paying jobs compared to males. We need to use this month to recommit ourselves to correct these discriminatory practices, and that is why whatever you do, you need to be in the position also to disaggregate this data that was actually talked about even this morning, so that you shouldn't actually have unintended consequences in terms of the kind of results that you may come up with. Perhaps as part of our discourse in this conference, we should also think about how we can use innovation and other forms of technology to capacitate our law enforcement agencies to eradicate all forms of crime and corruption. We can certainly draw on experience from a Memeza Household Alarm Project, which was piloted by the Center for Public Service Innovation and the Innovation Hub in partnership with social entrepreneurs. Mayor Thuli Mthethwa to come up with innovative ways. She's the one that came up with innovative ways of dealing with gender-based violence that is actually experienced mostly also by women in informal settlements. And this Memeza household alarm is a kind of alarm that alerts everybody and all neighbors or the community in informal settlements when a woman is in trouble. Program director, let us all take a stand and say no to violence against women and girls, and that no must be accompanied by innovative action. And that innovative action, I am hopeful, will actually come out of a conference of this nature also. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for those inspiring words and reminding us of how so many of those women, and it's a sad and a celebratory month, DM, in the sense that if we hear those names nowadays, we link them to hospitals, because many of the hospitals have been named after those women. And then immediately we start thinking about the conditions in those hospitals and the need for innovation. On the one hand, we honor them, but we also don't honor them in the state of how we address. So it's celebratory and sad. And thank you for the reminder for us to continue with the important work of the women of 1956. Colleagues, we are now coming towards the tea break. The DM has graciously indicated that she will also take questions, which is not something that always happens in events like this. Andrea unfortunately had to leave for another commitment, but we've asked her to respond on the app. There was a question on the app regarding examples of SEM processes, and we've asked her to respond there. We will share the link again. You'll find during the break the QR code, then you can engage throughout the whole conference on the app. Let me take three hands before we take a break. If there's any questions, there's one hand here in the front. We'll start here. Any other hand? My eyesight is not very good, so please wave vigorously. If you can just lift your hand again, raise your hand again. There's the mic coming. Please indicate your name, who you are, and from where you are, and to whom you are directing the question. And I'm going to be very strict. Those that know me know, if you want to preach or do your own keynote address, I'm going to cut you short. So ask your question or make your point very decisive. Name, who you are, from where you are, and who do you direct the question. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm just a bit scared now of asking before you cut me off. My name is Cyril Baloyi. I'm the HOD of Gauteng Department of eGov in Gauteng. I want to address this question to the DM, the Deputy Minister, and the Executive Director of CPSI. The first point I want to raise is, what is the role of CPSI in ensuring that this country move into a digital environment, and the partnerships that you have created, whether with public or private sector, and I'll mention few like SETA or CSIR, because I think we're not taking the lead as we should as the South African government. And there are few ideas that I want to bring it to you then in relation to my question that I'll expect an answer on things such as paperless environment, smart lighting. One of the key things is the fact that as a country we do not have a clear framework for a zero-based cybersecurity strategy. The third one is the issue of a clear framework for P on commercialization of an e-commerce platform. And the last one that I want to bring is we are not taking the opportunity of using IoT to be able to deal with challenges that we have of water, for example, and for example, the gas explosion that happened in CBD in Johannesburg. Those are the few questions that I would like to ask Program Director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. And colleagues, during the panel discussion, please feel free to ask those questions to the HOD as well when he participates. Very, very important questions. I don't want to dismiss them. And we'll ask the DM and the Executive Director to respond now. 2 more questions. People are scared to ask the DM questions. It's not a political meeting, so we're not going to ask political questions. There's a hand right at the back. And the third hand here. Let's start there at the back. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just asking because you said we are scared. My name is Surprise. I'm from Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Yeah, my question is just straightforward with regard to the current government procurement processes. How do you innovate with this kind of barriers insofar as procurement processes are concerned? They are very frustrating. They are slow, and sometimes they are non-responsive. Therefore, they don't necessarily accommodate what you call innovation. And then the second question is with regard to government as being a center for learning. There is more punishment insofar as mistakes that you make while you're trying to innovate than reward. So the reason why people are not asking the questions is that they could be asking the wrong question. Thank you.
Thank you. You see, people behave when you say succinct. Next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Stephen Nkabinde. I'm also from Limpopo, Sekhukhune District Municipality. Mine is just to the DM. The issue of accountability. You know, you have a lot of innovated or people that are positive within the structures of the institutions. But now, those who are supposed to assist, they are not accountable. You know, if like your managers or line managers, the directors and all that, they end up demotivating these guys on the left. Basically, it's like the other speaker there, that the red lines that are there. How do we remove them within the institutions? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. B, if you can bring the mic to the front, then we can ask the response from our speakers first. Oh, here it is. You can just bring that mic. Yeah, you can bring it to the front.
Thank you very much. I hope I got all the questions correctly. HOD, that's why I brought you here. That was one of the reasons, because Gauteng has an e-government department, and I don't know whether, I know in Western Cape, they are coordinating e-government from the Premier's office. So part of this conference is to unpack those things and hear from your experience as, responsible for e-government in Gauteng, how you cross those barriers. But it's, to be truly honest with you, it's very frustrating. The role of the CPSA, the innovator's journey is very lonely. I'll use Velem again. He used his money at the beginning because no one was listening. So in CPSI, we become that, a sandbox, you call it a sandbox. For them to come to us so that we help them nurture the innovation before it kicks off. It's only after we paid for, I don't know how much it was, to replicate in 5 sites, that people started noticing, even within his own government. The day we launched DM, I received a call from somebody from National Health to say, yeah, we've met Velem. He came here and we told him that no, he must continue working on his own. Innovators need support. If there's somebody who would listen, ask Tate Bonolo from Northwest with drones and what have you. Said, you are working in finance, what are you doing with drones? Because before you pay, you need to go and inspect the dams. So they used to take cars to traverse the whole of Northwest just to go and inspect the work done by contractors before they pay. But with a drone, it becomes much easier. You save on a lot of things. So it's a lonely journey. CPSA is just that bridge, to help you. While you're still frustrated, you are screaming in your department, no one is listening. We are there to help you with that journey. That's our mandate, just to try and give you a small lift with your innovation. And sometimes we invest not a lot. I mean, for the digital fingerprint, we just bought a couple of laptops, paid for the software from CSIR, and boom, it flew. Now Gauteng wants to replicate, and we hope in other provinces as well. And Western Cape said to us, we want to use it to identify patients in hospitals. Those unknown patients, faces on Facebook, they say, here's a person, we don't know where they come from, anyone who knows their family. Inhuman way of finding family members. You can actually use the same software, the normal scanner, to identify patients. And I don't think that one needs rocket science. It will be easy to implement in hospitals so that you can move patients out of those beds. A hospital bed is the most expensive bed. So you want to only keep people who are sick, not Lydia waiting to find her family, or Pierre waiting for his family. So it's just that initial boost, like what do you call it? When you plant seedlings, when they start growing, then you can let them go. That's our role, to assist departments to do that. Yes, it's true. Issues around zero rating. We've been, I don't know how many years now, saying, why don't we zero rate all these services? But I'm told Pierre can speak better. Is it who's responsible for zero rating? DCDT and service providers. It's a journey that we still need to carry on with, to make sure that these services are zero rated. Yeah, the disaster if we're using data, DM, I don't know whether the Bree Street tragedy would have happened, because data would be there, would be able to predict that these things will happen. But we've seen during COVID, data, I've spoken to Prof. Marivati, they were lamenting that the only data they got out of COVID was PDF files on social media. And with data analysts, they want it live so that they can play around with numbers to predict what will happen in future. So as a country, I think we are still very shy to let go of our data, to share our data for the betterment of our own service delivery. Something that is coming up, we're also trying to push governments, departments to hire social coders. You heard what Andrea said, how much are we spending on goods and services? But as people start coding on their own, they don't want to share, but we'll work through that barrier as well to say, it belongs to Western Cape, yes, you can use it, but leave my code alone. I'll give you access, but don't share. Zimasa from Eastern Cape. We need to start thinking about how the code should benefit the whole of government instead of just keeping it with yourself in a corner. Government processes. I attended a a launch of a report by DSI recently, and I'm told that the new procurement bill will accommodate us as innovators. It's very difficult to procure something that is still at development stage. Supply chain rules tells you if you want a bottle of water, is it a 1 liter, 500 mils? But with innovation, it doesn't work like that. It's something that you cannot compare with other things. I want to test this solution. We do deviate at SCPSI. If we want to nurture a particular innovation, we do have a clean audit record, by the way. We deviate within the rules. So we'll ask for sole provider letter. It's tedious, but we have to. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to support some of the innovations. There's Regulation 50 in the PSR, Public Service Regulations, where us as HODs, I'm acting Hollywood, sorry, Bontate Baloyi, the HODs, you can use that to incentivize public servants that innovate, but not a lot of government departments use that. And I think we also need to remind public servants, we are knowledge workers. What you innovate on while you are still in the employ of government belongs to government. There's a test case by Post Office, I think, a couple of years.
SA Weather Service.
SA Weather Service. So if you innovate within government while we're paying you for use of your brain, as knowledge workers, that IP actually belongs to government. But we're also working with NIPMO, National Intellectual Property Office.
Management Office, yes.
Management Office, to try and create awareness to all public servants that remember that you are a public servant. We're paying you as a knowledge worker. So whatever you develop, I'm just warning you that there's a test case, I think they call it a test case. Don't fight with your employer and say, yeah, I came up with ZIMAS, I came up with this e-recruitment, it's mine. It belongs to government as well. But those are some of the things that we want to unpack as part of the conference to make sure that we understand and learn from Western Cape. How are they running their innovation program? I know Northwest is very interested to coordinate from Office of the Premier. Part of the discussions tomorrow is to let you learn from them in terms of how they push the innovation agenda. I'm not sure if I missed something, but if there's anything, we can always come back. Please let DM come and speak from here, because I don't trust this mic. Spray it, please.
Thanks, DM. If you can come to the podium then, we'll clean up the mic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Executive Director, for responding to most of the questions. One thing I want to actually say is that, there's absolutely nothing that is as frustrating as working for government. And why it becomes frustrating is because of the bureaucracy. We have rules and regulations. We got laws that must be complied with every day. And these become debilitating, depending on who's sitting behind which desk. Normally, I would actually respond when I'm told something is not possible and it's policy that makes it not possible. And I'm saying, once it becomes policy and it makes business to become impossible, it means it's not good policy. We create these policies in order for us to facilitate business. We create policies for accountability. We create policy to create harmony in terms of the operations of government. But somehow we get arrested by the policies depending on interpretation and implementation, who the implementation arm is. So I think this is a discussion that needs to be engaged at another level also. Because of course you can come here and you come up with these bright ideas and you go back to your own office and you try and implement, and you find that this whole thing just slows down and it becomes a huge frustration. And this is the result of bureaucracy. And of course we must have rules and regulations and laws, because with government, in the first place, running government is a huge operation, a huge, diverse operation. If you don't have these measures put in place, it might be impossible for you to run government. There must be accountability. We must be in the position to protect the resources that we have got in order for those resources to actually be used for the work they are intended for. Because you know, with human frailties, once you actually put resources before them, some begin to start thinking they belong to them. And I don't want to label government corrupt because, you know, sometimes we have narratives in South Africa that are not very helpful. It's like this whole issue of sometimes going to forums and you're told that public servants are useless. I normally tell people, you want to tell me that you don't appreciate your police. When something happens, the first thing you do is to take your phone, you call the police. And policemen are not the same. You can come across good policemen, can come across bad policemen. You can come across good nurses, you can come across bad nurses. You can come across good teachers, you can come across bad teachers. If you are a family and one of you becomes somebody who's probably a criminal, I don't think it will become fair for a family, the entire family, to be called a family of criminals. So sometimes we need to be very careful about the kind of narrative that we actually promote amongst us, because these are the little things that sometimes make us or break us or either build confidence or they take confidence away from us. One thing that also I want to say to Surprise and TV Nkabini, I hear your concerns, and Surprise is concerned about procurement, how to step up the game, and people being scared of innovation due to the punishment that they might actually meet, because probably whatever they are doing that is innovative is not in line with policy. And then TV says line managers demotivate juniors when they want to actually be innovative. What you should do when you come to a forum like this, you must mention the problem and also suggest the solution. This is what innovators do. Innovators should not feel defeated. When there is a challenge, say this is the challenge that I'm actually experiencing, but this is how I think we should actually do it. So that you yourself who have had the experience can clearly articulate what is the problem, but also apply your mind in a manner in which you think the problem should be sorted out. And it's not only with the questions of the two that I'm saying we should actually apply this strategy. Across the board as South Africans, we need to teach ourselves just one thing. When you talk about the problem, also suggest the solution. Otherwise, we can be a country of people who are forever bickering. And we bicker, and we know how to talk about this problem. Even in the social media, you see somebody showing you images of something that has gone wrong, but they don't tell them from their own space if it's happening in their community. How are they mobilizing against it so that they can deal with it? If we develop that approach, we're going to together manage to build this country. And that brings me into the next issue that was actually brought up about the triple P. To say how do we then engage at that level, and together we can actually do more. This is the answer to that one. We can manage to really build this country if government, civil society, private sector, everybody puts their hands on deck to try and drive forward the agenda for South Africans. That is our agenda, so that we can develop this country. Because developing this country is very serious business, and it can never be government and government alone. But when government work jointly with civil society, with the private sector, with everybody, you will actually be in the position to manage to realize the dreams. And I imagine we all have dreams about this country that we love so much. Nobody wants to see this country going down the drain. But like I said, also the messages, daily messages, what we say to each other every day, it's very important. And at certain levels we can compete, But competition doesn't mean that you need to actually identify what you can actually say that is negative about your own country. I was actually listening to some of the messages and I'm saying, we now have so many people who have actually come into the country. If you go to other countries and you see some of the information that is actually been given that is negative about the country, they will tell you it's not allowed. Because this is the time to sell South Africa and sell it positively. And when you sell your country and you sell it positively, you actually also encourage investments. You encourage people to want to come to your country to come and do business. But if you're going to come with all the gory stories, do you think anybody is going to develop interest in this country? They won't. So tourism was supposed to say no to bad messages. South Africans, we know we've got problems, but not now. When we've got so many countries visiting us, let's actually put our best foot forward so that these countries can, in the first place, respect us. Because if you want to retain your dignity, even as your family, you don't actually take out the dirty linen when the visitors come, isn't it? You take out the best so that they can see that, hey, this is a respectable family. So let's do that for South Africa now that we have so many of our colleagues coming, or heads of states or leaders of the world coming into our country. It's very important. Modernization and digitization of government, you mentioned it, Cyril, and you want to actually understand what we are doing along those lines. It's still a challenge. It's a challenge that we talk about on a day-to-day basis. And I'm not sure in your space, in your day-to-day space, what is it that you do? Because if you are in IT, I'm sure you'll understand what is our challenge when it comes to IFMS, the integrated monetary, the integrated financial management system, yes, IFMS. You understand the challenges, and I'm sure you understand the number of years we've been trying to deal with that, the IFMS. It's years and years. And you understand that a lot of initiatives that have come from other government departments, some of them have not been possible because of the fact that provision has been made in the IFMS. I'm sure you understand. You understand the challenges that we've got with SETA. Everybody acknowledges that. But like I said earlier, you go into meetings and people express concerns about SETA, but I don't hear people also saying this is what we need to do about SETA to fix it. Okay. Also, when you tell them, you know, sometimes we need to develop concept papers and things so that you can circulate it. Sometimes, you know, if you feel strong about it, yeah, you need to actually come up with something that is tangible, that you can actually manage to sell in a way that actually lands on the right desk. But the issue of digitization and modernization of government is non-negotiable if we want to take this country somewhere else. We need to actually ensure that we have this connectivity across government very right. Because if we don't continue to have the connectivity across government, in the first place, it's not cost effective. Because at every point of service delivery, you find that we are busy taking the same information. When in actual fact, with your ID, you could actually go to any desk. Whether it's in a hospital, once I go to the desk of the hospital clerk and I give them my ID, and then they punch it on the system, boom, that's who I am, boom, this is the address I have been to, boom, this is my health details. These are the kind of things that we have to actually look forward to for the future of South Africa. And it's something that was supposed to have been done by yesterday. We have not been in the position to do that and do it successfully up to now. But let's continue to have hope as we look forward to actually creating more and more innovative ways of dealing with whatever our challenges within our own government. I thank you.
Thank you so much, DM. You know, as a Deputy Minister, your life is managed, and I received a message that DM should have been in a virtual meeting already at 11. So to enable her to join the virtual meeting, what we're going to do now is, this is the start of the conversation. So after break, we will continue the conversation and we will deal with some of the questions also on the app. I saw some from Dirk. But we would like to make use of the opportunity to release the DM and for you to have a well-deserved tea break. So what we will do is, please try, we're running slightly behind. Please do your best to be back in the room 5 to 12 for the final session of the morning. Please feel free to have tea, and we will continue the questions and conversations afterwards. But for now, we just want to thank again the Deputy Minister, our Ambassador, and my Executive Director for the insightful presentations, as well as from Andrea from Oxford. We'll continue the conversation. Please allow for the DM to just leave the room, and then feel free to have tea and coffee and be back in the room at 5 to. Thank you so much. Whilst you are breaking for tea, there's a wellness room down on the second floor. Please visit, take your blood pressure, take your vitals, and it's all for free. Also presenting to us the broader picture from a provincial perspective, and we will continue the conversation on the issues raised this afternoon, this morning. Something went wrong. For the online participants, please post your questions and comments in the chat, and we will respond accordingly. One of the key issues that everyone is talking about with the onset of ChatGPT is artificial intelligence. And suddenly everyone is scared about artificial intelligence, and some are excited. And for us as public servants, it's important to better understand and to position ourselves better so that we understand how to engage with this. Now, for someone who understand the world of data and machine learning and so on, we are privileged to have Dr. Paul Plantinga from the HSRC here. He is a data expert and an hackathon expert and an open innovation expert, and the list will go on and on. So I'll ask him to just take us through and introduce to us some of the key issues that should be within our discourse and being debated by us, some of the issues that we may not think about, and some of the issues that we need to start thinking from a policy and governance perspective, but importantly, from a barriers and an enablers of innovation perspective. Let me, without further ado, ask Dr. Paul Plantinga to start the discussion.
Thanks, Pierre. Good morning, everyone. I just need to make sure that the presentation works before I get started. Okay, excellent. So just some quick background. I'm Paul Plantinga. I'm with the Human Sciences Research Council, which is, I suppose, interesting in itself as one of the research councils. You may expect someone from the CSIR or elsewhere to be here. But from my perspective, I'm going to share a little bit around AI, mostly from a social science perspective, and also from our own experience with some of the projects we're doing. Perhaps importantly, as Pierre said, I am not an expert in data and AI. I do come from an engineering background, but this space is new to me. I have worked in the public sector previously with Gauteng provincial government, and now with the HSRC, which is a research council. So what I'm going to talk through today is really our own, I suppose, also my own experience in trying to grapple with the space. And I hope something is useful in it in how we are trying to navigate some of the questions that are being raised. Just as a caveat, there's quite a lot of slides here. I haven't edited it down. I'll try to keep it fairly short. But so I will be touching on quite a few things, but at another time in the conference, or if anyone is really interested in the space, we have okay, let's just test it. Okay, cool. We do work with partners in the space that are very well equipped. We work with and interact quite a lot with the CSIR, who is working much more on the technology side of things. So there's quite a lot of capacity within the community around AI and lots of people that you can draw on as public officials, as innovators around the space, beyond what I'm just going to talk about today. So if this is of interest, then feel free to get in touch. So just as further, more specific background as well, and this is where we connect with the CPSI and others. One of the projects that we run at the HSRC is called the Policy Action Network. Through that, we support evidence-informed decision-making. That includes things around evidence synthesis, supporting access to research, working with data, etc. And a part of that, because of the strong technology orientation of that project, is related to AI. So we've been working on AI-related policy work for probably since about 2019, where the real peak started. So the real question, I'll get into what is AI a little bit later, and it's something we can debate. But I think the real question is, it seems like AI is important, but how important is it really? So I think globally we're seeing, and if you Google, you'll see hundreds of use cases of AI, many of them relevant to the public sector. These are fairly typical. The one that's up on the screen is fairly typical of use cases that are anticipated for the continent. In this case, it's essentially image detection in agriculture to detect diseases in plants. So that's fairly typical of what we've seen for quite a number of years. The other big area, of course, is health. And in health, it spans everything from the more clinical sides around, especially diagnostics, where there's always been a lot of work. And there has been for many years. If you go back to the mid-'80s, there's been many kind of expert system-based approaches to AI over the years, but they have become more data-driven in recent years, more recently. Then the other end of the spectrum, there's more around the health systems planning, so that's AI being used around planning staff allocations, placement of facilities, location of clinics, those kinds of things. So these are all use cases that are quite old in many cases and emerging on the continent. Of course, the expected impact of AI varies. So comparing two sectors, and this is a typical consultant report that you'll pick up these days. I think this one was done by PwC a few years ago. So here they're just differentiating between the impact of AI, what they expect to be the impact of AI in health versus energy sectors. So in the healthcare space, they're expecting a larger impact from AI over the longer term. And important as an enabler for AI, they see that there is some data available. In comparison to the energy space, they're expecting a smaller impact, and this is more of the medium term, and there is quite limited data in the energy space. So just to start giving a sense of where there's variations in expected impact. Of course, there's variations in impact from a geographical perspective. So in the US, North America, they're looking at a peak of impact on GDP from productivity gains around mid-2024, and then it seems to decline, whereas China, as an example, is on a quite aggressive growth trajectory from the potential benefits of AI. The rest of the world, of course, as you can see, has quite low prospects for the benefits of AI from a productivity perspective for a few years to come, relative to the other two. Again, these are just estimates of what many of the research consulting firms are expecting. Perhaps more interest locally, specifically to South Africa. Some colleagues of mine at the HSRC ran a survey. This was as early 2018, 2019, where they were looking at South African perceptions of AI. And this was done through a nationally representative survey, so it gives you a good sense of what South Africans across society feel. So this is not specific to AI, it included AI, robotics, 4IR related technologies, social media. So in general, people had a positive view of what technology would bring to their lives. There was a negative sense in some areas, but in general it seems quite positive. It gets a little bit more interesting when we look at specific use cases, and in this case, how do people feel about robots in their lives? That might be robots conducting surgery on you. It could be robots delivering a parcel to your door, or it could be self-driving cars as examples. And in each case, the perceptions vary slightly. In general, it seems like South Africans are quite wary of the role of robots in their lives. But you can see there's some differences, and I think those are differences we'd expect. So in general, people are happier with robots delivering something to their door, but not happy with them performing surgery on them. So anyway, it's just something, so from our perspective, it's interesting now to have had a baseline done in 2018 that can now be developed over years as awareness of AI, robotics, etc., develops over the years. I think one of the bigger questions before anyone is getting into AI is whether it should be used at all. So just from an industry perspective, this is guidance. I think it's from the Google developer guidelines. And they try to give developers guidance on whether AI should be used or not based on a few criteria. I'm not going to go through them all, but it's just to give you a sense of what some of those industry leaders and innovation leaders are dealing with when looking at the role of AI. And as an example, they suggest that AI is probably not better when the cost of errors is very high and outweighs the benefits of small increases in success. So it's just, again, looking at that trade-off between the risk that, because AI, and you might have seen this with ChatGPT, etc., there is a good chance that there is a chance that there will be errors. There's lots of benefit, but there is a chance that there are errors. So in certain environments, and especially, say, around clinical scenarios, where the risk of an error is quite high, then you might not want to use AI at this point, especially, until it's been more carefully validated. So those are just some of the criteria to look at. Again, just to highlight this balance, in this case, it's looking at credit scoring. Again, there are expected positive and negative impacts. In this case, there's potentially a positive impact from AI, in terms of looking at a broader set of criteria than your traditional credit scoring algorithms are currently doing. And that can provide a more accurate assessment of risk and then allow and potentially expand access to credit to a wider population. The negative impact, of course, is that because AI is depending on large amounts of data and harvesting large amounts of data, there's an increased risk of risk from privacy violations, etc., and manipulation, amongst others. Again, just to highlight this at a more global scale, the impact around SDGs. On your left-hand side is a sense of where there are potentially positive impacts across the SDGs, and on the right-hand side is potentially negative impacts on the SDGs. And just to give you a sense of an example, in this case, this is around the education SDG, the quality of education, and the ones highlighted in green are positive impacts, the ones highlighted in yellow or orange are negative impacts, An example of positive impact in education is intelligent tutoring systems or automated tutoring systems, potentially enhancing the quality of teaching or expanding access to information or content and teaching. On the other hand, these intelligent types of tutors, etc., potentially conflict with local cultural values, ways of teaching. There's also issues related to access to these types of technologies that can increase inequality around the education space. Not to mention that there are many other priorities within the education space beyond technology that are needing to be addressed, and AI can become a big distraction from those. And we've been seeing that from a research perspective. A lot of research funding is going into areas that AI is sucking a lot of research funding, which means a lot of research funding has been taken away from other important areas of research. I'm not going to go into this one in detail. Essentially, it's just to say that the potential negative impacts of AI can be at quite an individual level, often at an individual level. So as an example, it might be, for example, you're not granted the loan that you were expecting to get because the AI algorithm decided you were not credit worthy, as an example. So it's a very individual level impact of AI. On the other hand, we're also likely to see more kind of macro scale impacts, for example, around job losses, those kinds of things. So it's also just to keep in mind that there can be those more individual level impacts as well as those more macro societal level impacts happening simultaneously and of course connected. So as I said before, I think it's useful just to go back to, I've been talking a lot about what AI in inverted commas. There is of course a lot of debate around what AI is. But what we are seeing is there's, in both UNESCO and OECD speak and reporting, they speak to roughly two main areas of what they see as AI now. So the first is on your right-hand side is more around the traditional domain expertise which has kind of developed over the last 100 years, where domain specialists, say in your environmental space, your mining sector, etc., have been building models and algorithms and tools to support a form of intelligent automation that looks intelligent to us. So those are those typical applications that you work with on a daily basis where it takes you through various steps based on whatever conditions you give to whatever application you're working with. But those are effectively, those are human configured rules that are guiding you through some kind of workflow. On your left-hand side is where the real attention is these days and where the real hype has been developing in the last 10 years. And that's more around data-driven AI. And that's using tools or techniques such as machine learning, deep learning, etc. And really that's all about looking at patterns in data, and especially existing data, and using that to predict or classify specific outcomes or scenarios. And the reason for this increase in the current form of AI interest, and especially data-driven AI interest, is because of the increased availability of computing resources, the high availability of data. So the internet has expanded. We're seeing much more data published in public environments. And there's been significant improvement in especially the machine learning space around the work in that area that we've been seeing come through in areas such as ChatGPT and others that are being used to build those kinds of tools. So that's why you're seeing a lot of attention around the left-hand side of this kind of AI space. Which also means that we shouldn't discount what is existing around the right-hand side in terms of domain expertise and building rules into systems based on our understanding of those systems. So, and often you would have those existing systems in place within your own organizations. So you're really adding AI to an existing AI-like environment. So we should not look at it in a historical way. We need to recognize that we have established capabilities and skills within this broader AI space. I'm not going to go through this in detail, it's just to demonstrate the differences. On your right-hand side is a typical kind of if-then statement, which has been used for decades around programming space. And on your left-hand side is an example of a random forest classifier, which is really a super enhanced version of that kind of if-then statement. It just takes it to a much larger scale by using large amounts of data for training. And I think at this point I just wanted to highlight that there's a number of domains that are being addressed as part of that AI space. Again, just to emphasize, and this is looking at an example, I think it's from a European curriculum planning program for master's degrees. They do emphasize the domain knowledge space, but then they bring in a number of other elements, and that includes areas like, from a skill perspective, statistics, research methods, computer engineering, software and IS, and importantly, from our perspective, is the role of ethics and philosophy in how AI is used. This really just points to the different types of roles that are becoming active within the AI space. It's very much not technology dominated. As I was saying earlier, I don't come from an AI or even a data background. I've just been sucked into it through the various partnerships we have. So what we're seeing is a much more diverse community of people being involved in the role of technology, and AI has actually been helpful in elevating the need for a much broader conversation around the role of technology. And I'm not going to go into this, but essentially we anticipate different roles, and you would see these in many of your usual kind of technology governance discussions around what role the public sector should play, what role industry should play, what role civil society, academia should play. So just to move into, I think, where I suppose I feel we should be looking from the public sector, and especially in moving towards a more responsible approach to adopting AI. The first is to ground it in, the first is that, and this comes from kind of the global movement around AI, is that it needs to be principles-based. And these are typical principles that are being looked at from the AI community and are being actively promoted within the community, both at an ethical space, but also amongst developers in a very practical way. And I'll show you an example in a second. So those are typically things like transparencies around how was a decision reached. One of the big issues with AI is that it's quite opaque. You can't tell exactly how the model or the algorithm reached a decision to say, this person should have a loan, or this person shouldn't have a loan, or this person should receive a grant, or this person should not receive a grant. The issue with AI, and in your own experience, you probably have quite transparent rules around deciding whether a grant should be given or not given. Whereas in the AI space, those rules become quite fuzzy because you're bringing in a lot more factors, many more factors that are taken into consideration when deciding on whether a grant should be given to a household or not given to a household. So transparency is becoming a critical issue, or is one of the critical issues. Another is accountability, and this is one that's particularly important from the health sector. So who is responsible when there is an issue in for example, a surgery where AI has supported decision making? Is the developer of the system responsible or accountable for the harm, or is it the doctor that was using the AI? Is the doctor always ultimately responsible? So accountability is also one of the others. The others, bias, fairness, security, privacy, are all big issues. Bias has received a lot of attention, but I just wanted to highlight those two, which I think are especially relevant to the public sector space. And you'll see them in the Batopele principles. And it's actually something that from our perspective is quite interesting to revisit the principles because they lay a lot of the foundation for how AI can be used. So we already have that platform of principles that can speak to how AI is used. For example, around, I think, was it information? It's obscured there, but information around how decisions are reached, redress, is it related to accountability? So already those principles are giving us a foundation for how we could design our AI governance within whatever environments we're working in. Then just to talk more about governance more broadly, you'll see there's a government AI readiness index, which you of course could have a look at. You can Google and download it. It just gives you a sense of where different countries are at. It's not necessarily the most accurate based on secondary data, but if you're interested in that broad spectrum of what things to consider when looking at implementing AI, this is a good kind of spectrum to start off with. And that includes things from data availability, privacy, ethics-related issues, skills, etc. You know, your usual spectrum of kind of technology-related governance questions, just with more of an AI flavor. Then to go into a few specific instruments which I think could be of interest, because, as I mentioned earlier, the current AI space is very data-driven, data sharing, open data, etc., all very important issues to consider. And in this space, we're seeing a lot more of a need to consider data contracting, data sharing. Many of you are working in this space around within the data governance broadly, but there are quite useful tools that we've used previously. In this case, it's a data contracting framework with examples of data contracts from multiple countries and cities around the world, where they actually give you example clauses of what is used in contracts that you could adapt to your own contracts. If you're setting up a contract with a service provider who you're contracting with from a data perspective, you can actually draw on these kinds of resources to help design what contract content should be there. So just as an example tool that we found useful. Another issue that we're seeing is how do you go about procuring AI, especially because of the high levels of uncertainty around, firstly, whether solutions are going to have benefit or harm. Also, how do you evaluate AI-based technologies? So in that case, and it's something we've worked a lot with the CPSI, is more multi-stage procurement processes, challenger-based procurement processes, where participants or innovators are then demonstrating outcomes. You can assess the harms. You can get a better sense of whether emerging technologies such as AI can go into a kind of larger scale procurement or second stage of procurement within a more traditional PFMA, MFMA environment. So there's something we've worked with one of the states in India. They've been actively working on procurement guidelines for AI because they have lots of AI pilot projects, and they were starting to run into issues around actually how do we bring on board those pilot projects in a transparent way, and then how do we scale those projects over time? So it's something we've worked with some of the community, which I'll mention in a second. Another is assessment criteria and methods. So you might want to look for more independent methods of assessing the effectiveness of AI and potential harms. This is an example of an ITU WHO focus group that has developed essentially a process for evaluating potential AI health solutions, and something you can also have a look at. Another, as I mentioned earlier, is that these principles are being translated into quite practical guidelines, and in this case, guidelines for developers. So you might work with developers either in service providers or within your own environments. So these are examples, again, in this context, they were developed for Indian developers, but they would be relevant to all of us, all of our developer community. Is how do you address a principle like transparency as part of your pre-processing, processing, post-processing within the AI, when deploying an AI solution? How do you address security? How do you address privacy, accountability, etc.? Another one I'm just going to mention, algorithmic impact assessment. It might be something that you do before implementing an AI solution, usually before, but it might be something that you do afterwards to assess whether it is having especially a harmful impact. So just something to note, I think, is if you're going into this space, algorithmic impact assessments have become quite popular and important for deciding whether an AI solution should be implemented or not within your public sector environment specifically. And then just to finish off with, I just wanted to comment on some of what I see as we have existing foundations in South Africa to build on rather than seeing it as this new kind of technology that's just kind of arriving on our shores. And as I mentioned, we have existing capabilities around that existing domain of AI, although older, that is evolving to address the emerging forms of AI, and that can evolve to address the emerging forms of AI. Just to flag, there is a Center for AI Research, which is a multi-university project that's been running supported by the DSI, that's been running for more than a decade, I would say. So South Africa has a very well-established research community around the AI space, covering a variety of domains, which you can have a look at. And there is more recently an AI institute that's been established, so out of DCDT. So again, this is connecting with many of the research institutions across the country. The reason I wanted to highlight the Center for AI Research and some of the research groups there is that one of the research groups out of the University of Pretoria has actively been involved and actually was chairing the working group that developed the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, which was adopted by all member states in 2021, which was a major point in the kind of the work around AI and AI ethics globally. And it's something that's being used actively across policy, the policy space. There is the more practical part of what we need as public servants to work with AI going forward and from a governance perspective. Again, UNESCO did a survey with African governments looking at what needs they had across the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government. A big emphasis was, of course, on training, but there was also strong interest in knowledge exchange, so more informal peer learning, as well as direct support for the development of policies. So those are the 3 areas they looked at. And from our perspective, we have, and this is where I suppose our hope is that it starts to become more practical, is from our perspective, we started running more structured trainings around AI. This was policymakers in Africa, mostly from data protection authorities and ministries of ICT, but it's something that we see that could be expanded. And an important part of this was that it was very much peer learning driven. So as much as there's content that we would share, the focus was on encouraging participants in that program to share actively with each other. This has then led to what is now called an Africa-Asia AI Policymakers Network. So it's a community of essentially public officials, civil servants that are from Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, South Africa, that are looking at what AI policy should look like within their different contexts. And that is meeting annually, and we have a kind of group that is planning to work more actively together around sharing information, etc. One of these is connected to a separate project, which is to develop shared resources around how we are governing AI. So in a week, we are launching an AI policy and governance map, which is essentially documenting all the different approaches that different countries are using in the governance of AI. Some of them are quite practical in terms of public sector implementation. So for example, Mauritius has a sandbox for their fintech authority, fintech regulatory sandbox, where they're essentially testing. They can then use that to test AI more from a private sector perspective, but they also have a public sector regulatory sandbox that they have developed, which is being used to test public sector AI solutions. So those are the kinds of things we're wanting to encourage more sharing around, is what are different countries on the continent doing from a policy or public sector perspective that we can all learn from each other. The other part is then, of course, more formal research, more formal evidence synthesis around what works, what doesn't work. So part of this is developing policy briefs, conducting research, as I talked about earlier. And then lastly, just to finish off with, I think it's just to emphasize the role of community, and that's why we are very connected to CPSI, Geek Culture, and others that are working on connecting all of us together. As you saw, part of that the role of that policymaker network is to build community around the AI space, because a lot of this is going to be learning by doing. And in this case, an example, that's something that University of Pretoria was leading, was around open data during COVID, and bringing together data from a wide community of essentially volunteers to build data around health facilities in South Africa. And another of course, is these community-type events like data quests and hackathons, where you start to interact. We interact with young people, you interact with older people, you get a much more diverse sense of what are the issues and what are the opportunities around these kinds of technologies. And with that, thanks. Thanks, Pierre.
I think this presentation has unpacked quite a lot of what's happening, and this is something that we can take forward There's quite a lot of resources being mentioned that from our side, we'll see if we can engage with Dr. Plantinga to make them available for everyone that would be interested. Unfortunately, he has another commitment, so what I would like to do is any urgent question that you have, please put it in the app, and I've asked Paul to respond to the questions in the app, and yes, and he will have a look after his meeting that he has to rush to. So we're going to release him, but thank you so much for unpacking all of this. Thanks, Paul. We'll hand his gift to him afterwards. You have to come back for the hackathon as well. He's with his colleague Akona here, and they are guiding the youngsters on data management as well. Our next speaker, and I think I need to preface this a little bit. You know, at conferences like this, one of our favorite activities, one of the most favorite activities at an innovation conference is SITA bashing. We love making them responsible for all our problems. And it would not have happened if it was not true to an extent. So one thing we can do today is to continue SITA bashing. The other thing is, in line with the suggestion made by the Deputy Minister, is to engage in an honest conversation with SITA on the way forward. And the question that we've posed to SITA is, given all the failures and challenges and problems that we are experiencing and have experienced, how do we turn those into enablers? How do we engage going forward? I know that there are views from just close down SITA to an honest engagement with SITA's strategy going forward in terms of being a cloud-enabled organization that's responsive to the public service. So I don't want to say to hear from the horse's mouth. That sounds a bit rude. But we have Ms. Molohisi, if I have not butchered your surname already, who is the HOD for Technical Consulting Services, if I have that correctly, from SITA. So someone who understands the partnership engagement with government and what needs to be done and should be done. So it's, I'm very eager to engage and to hear the SITA side of the story. And we're not putting them on the spot because SITA can come back to us, and they do, as do any department, as do offices of the premiers, as do national departments, and say, we are also, as government departments, to blame with the sad state of our leveraging of technology to enable innovation. So I think we are here as co-parties that need to engage. It's wonderful to have the HOD of an e-government department present. It's wonderful to have innovation networks present. It's wonderful to have those in the office of the Premier present. And it's wonderful to have SITA present. So given this ecosystem of ours, let's give SITA a chance to talk to us about how to change failures into enablers. Ms. Molohisi, thank you.
That was quite an intro. Good afternoon. Thank you, CPSI, Center for Public Service Innovation, for allowing SITA to speak about failures and successes. We've had a mixed bag of failures and successes at SITA, and the topic is befitting to the journey that we've been going through at SITA. So a brief bio about myself. My name is Komojo Moloisi. I'm the head of department for technical consulting services. And what is it that we do at Technical Consulting Services within CETA as an organization? So our role is to improve on digital advisory and consulting. So we are the ones that initially meet the clients before we can even give you a network solution or a hosting solution or whatever solution that you're looking for. So we advise clients on a range of technology matters, starting from strategy right up until implementation of solutions. So our knowledge base is horizontal, as in we're supposed to know everything and everything pertaining to technology. And at times we are then forced to have that vertical knowledge, depending how far we go with that solution. So the team that I'm responsible for is a team that is, it has a varied number of technical expertise. So I'm trying to build a team of thought leaders so that when they engage with people like yourselves, then you already are you're getting that warm, fuzzy feeling to say, I know what this person is talking about, and I know this person will be able to assist me. So today I'll be talking about turning innovation failures into successes. I was just laughing when I was looking at that topic. I said, I wonder why this topic was given to CETA, but be that may. And I thought, yeah, maybe CETA, the deputy minister herself didn't say nice things about ourselves. Perhaps we need to do a bit of marketing. There are good things that we're doing at CETA. So before I start, I wanted to just unpack the topic to say, what is innovation? We often speak about innovation loosely, but I just thought, let me rather define it today so that we're starting from a base where we understand what innovation is. So I just did a Google search, simple Google search, nothing hectic. And it says innovation is a process of implementing a new idea and creating value for either your customers or your stakeholders. So the two keywords for me, it's an idea, value creation to customers or stakeholders. Then I thought, as I'm on this journey of defining things, let me rather also define what is failure. Failure is the lack of success in achieving something. So you've created this idea, you wanted to have value, you wanted to create a value out of this idea, and either the idea is not working or there's no value creation. So that's what I'll define as failure. So in order to address this very difficult topic, Program Director, I think a multifaceted approach is required in terms of dealing with this topic, turning failures into successes. So this multifaceted approach needs to zoom into issues, the obstacles that we face on a day-to-day basis, and opportunities. It's not only obstacles, there's also opportunities as well, existing within our ecosystem. So within the technology space, that's the space that most of us are in. It's really necessary to look at these obstacles and opportunities and find a way to transform them, these failures, into significant successes, hopefully in the near future. So I attempted to come with a plan of action, just 10 points, to say these are the 10 points that we need to think about as we journey towards turning failures into successes. So number one is we need to adapt a culture of resilience. and learning. And at CETA, we are synonymous with resilience. I mean, every time we go to conferences such as these, we are being bashed. So you can imagine how thick our skin is. We still come to these conferences because we'd like to engage. So it's important to change perspective, you know, and stop seeing failure as being failure itself. I think we need to start looking at failure as a stepping stone towards success. And the other thing is we need to also start focusing on the lessons learned. So let's say you've attempted to implement an idea, it didn't work. So the culture change would then be, let's draw lessons from whatever idea that was implemented and it didn't work. So you have an idea, could be within the health space, education space, or within the innovation space. It doesn't work the first time, then you draw lessons from it. Then you continuously, you iteratively draw lessons, improve, and ultimately your chances of success are then much more positive. And we also need to train the innovators to say, and support innovators, especially someone in the rural area in Limpopo. I come from Limpopo, and I happen to sit with the people from Limpopo at my desk. So we need to train the innovators to say, if you have failed, it doesn't mean you have to stop. You have to go back to the drawing board, assess the mistakes, draw some lessons, and use those lessons to improve on whatever idea that you might have had. Point number 2, I'd like to speak about the ecosystem. We need to have an innovation ecosystem, and thank you, CPSI, for arranging a conference of this nature, where we engage with government, academics, business, innovators, and collaborate and share resources and knowledge and experiences to say, I've attempted an innovation idea, and this is how I've done it. And government can draw lessons from there, or academia, and so on. We also need to focus on ensuring that we put more budgets around our innovation hubs, our innovation incubators, and whatever support that we have in terms of ensuring that we foster that culture of innovation from earlier on. And we also need to encourage this organization, especially the innovation hubs, to say, as they incubate someone from rural Eastern Cape, and they want to make sure that they have this idea, and in their head, they understand the value creation, and maybe the first attempt doesn't work. We should have a culture of saying, okay, let's try again, as opposed to, no, we've wasted our money, so much money has gone down, therefore we cannot incubate you anymore. So ideas don't happen at first take. Then we need to also, point number 3 is the management of risk itself. So it's important as you're embarking on an innovation journey to be well educated in terms of risk management, assessing risk, and having the right tools and techniques to say, how do I then manage the risk? You might have an idea, but earlier on it's important to also have an awareness of the risks that you might be facing and be equipped with the right techniques to handle the risk. Also, create tools for risk assessment, to say, okay, could be the potential pitfalls as you're embarking on this idea. The idea might be clear in your head from a government perspective or business or whatever. So, but the risk assessment assists you with helping spotting those potential pitfalls and also coming up with the mitigation measures or plans to say, okay, these are my risks. How am I going to then mitigate the risk associated with whatever innovation endeavor that you might be going through? Number 4 is we need to adopt a customer-centered strategy. So in the beginning, I said innovation is you have an idea and you want to create value to customers or stakeholders. So we have a tendency to just work in isolation, ignoring our customers or our stakeholders whenever we are in the process of innovating. So we need to encourage the culture of testing ideas with the customers. So this is one of the initiatives that we are currently doing at CETA. So as we are advising our clients and consulting and trying to come up with solutions, we've now adopted things like design thinking to say, how do you then apply design thinking as you're conceptualizing a solution for a client? So design thinking in simple, it just says empathize with the client. Empathize means understand where the client is coming from. So HOD from eGov might be having issues, but already I'm in solution mode. And design thinking says empathize, put yourself in the shoes of the person that you're trying to help. Then once you've done that, then you define exactly what your client is looking for or whatever idea that you'd like to implement. Then as you've empathized, you've defined it, then then that you can come up with ideas to say, these are the ideas that I think would potentially solve that particular client issue that they might be having. So in my case, because I'm in consulting, I'm forever coming up with solutions for clients. Then there's also a strong emphasis of prototyping that we are introducing now as part of consulting to say, instead of spending a lot of government resources to say, we are going to, I'll make an example, let's say there's a solution for asset management, as an example. Instead of saying, no, this solution will cost X million, so we're saying we prototype it first. There are prototype tools out there that are cheaper. So you prototype, then you go back to your client and say, this is how I envisage your asset management to look like. Is it something that you are thinking of? Then the client says no. Then you iteratively improve until you get to a point where you're converging. And when you converge with your client, then the chances of that idea not reaching fruition are less because now you've converged, you're solving a problem that the client is looking for. So that's point number 4. So customer-centered strategy is important. So as you're innovating, it's important to understand your stakeholders, to understand your customers. And you do that by having that iterative process of prototyping. Then point number 5, I'd like to speak about government support and policies. We need to review our regulations to facilitate innovation. So I'm not aware of any tax breaks for research and development. Perhaps we need to start speaking to SARS, CPSI, to say, as we are enforcing the culture of innovation, then how do we then build it in within our tax system? And the deputy minister spoke about the bureaucracy of government. So we need to come up with ways to expedite some of our processes. I think our processes also frustrate us. So we need to find ways to expedite our processes and regulations. and protection of intellectual property. I know the executive director said if you're working for government, then the idea is government. So we need to find means and ways of protecting intellectual property for some of these innovators. Then establish grants to say if you're an innovator, this is how government is going to grant you. Come up with some kind of low interest loans to say if you need funding, we can speak to National Treasury. I'm just thinking at the top of my head. There's PIC, which handles pensions for government. They have a lot of money there, so we can speak to them and say, can you put a certain portion of your investments towards funding some of these innovators? Then, capacity building and education. This one goes up to elementary level. I think at basic education level, it's important that we encourage our children to be innovators, not just to parrot information at school. You know, I have a daughter, she's 15. All she does is read, read, read. I've never seen her where she's ideating and creating innovative solutions. She's forever in a constant state of just consuming information. So from a basic education, we can foster that culture to say, instead of parroting information, let's say speak to DBE and say 50% of our learning, let it be more innovation driven, and 50% yes, they can still take the theory that they're being taught. We can also establish partnerships. They've spoken about triple P's partnerships with research institutions and in terms of assisting with the development of innovative solutions. Number 8, let's tell our success stories. I think I'm going to tell this to our managing director that we need to have a slot where we tell SETA success stories. And we need to tell successful stories about people who have failed and they've triumphed and they've succeeded, especially the entrepreneurs, the innovators. SETA as an organization is a classic example as well of that moving from a failure to success. These success stories, they serve as an example for the young and upcoming innovators. They set an example for organizations that are now embarking on innovation to say, if they are on that path and they fail, then they'll say, but SETA failed for X number of years and eventually they got it. Or so-and-so from Eastern Cape struggled with the idea and now they're successful. So it's important to tell stories to encourage the people that are coming. Number 9, social impact and ethical issues. We need to, as we are innovating, we need to focus on the socio-economic issues that are facing the country. I'll speak, for example, the unemployment rate is skyrocketing every time they release stats. So as we innovate, let's innovate around alleviating the unemployment rate within South Africa. And the speaker before me spoke about ethics. So ethics is important as we develop new ideas. It's important to observe the ethics around that. We shouldn't do things that are harmful to our society or children or so on. And lastly, sharing of information and networking. So platforms like this are important for us to share information and network. Let's create more platforms for innovators where they can connect and have like a supporting community, especially when they're still on the path of failure, before they just reach that success path. And also let's encourage seasoned innovators that have done it before to encourage the new and upcoming ones. So I believe if you put these 10-point action we will be on a path of ensuring that we foster a culture of innovation, where we can turn some of our failures into successes. And this will then sustain us as a country and will also expand our economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the overview and the engagement. It's so good to hear that SITA is embracing a design thinking approach and engaging. It would be nice to see how that empathy is then translated into the business model of the organization. We have some time for questions, and unfortunately now all the questions will be directed at SITA. But I do wish to encourage you to post questions on the app. I've noted that there are quite a number of questions already on the app, and some of the conversations happening there. And please feel free to make inputs as well. I see there's a discussion evolving, and I'll give the floor to the MMC as well now, around views on procurement. So please do add your comments there on the app. What I am going to do as the sole judge, jury, and implementer, there will be 2 raffle prizes available after lunch. And what I'm going to do is evaluate the questions on the app and decide as the sole jury, judge, and implementer who is going to be the question poser or the response poser winning a prize. So please formulate your questions for this morning session, start anticipating questions that for this afternoon session, or engage with some of the questions already being asked. Now is the opportunity, and remember, we're not here to bash SITA. We may nudge them towards a different perspective, but please let me take hands, and I will also then allow the MMC to respond to one of the previous questions around supply chain. Any hands? Same rules apply. Name, where you are from, and be succinct in your questions and in your engagement. And try and suggest some solutions as well if you have questions, as the HOD for e-government did earlier. Any hands? Any questions? Oh, there's one hand. There's a second hand. Let's take 3 hands, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do a second round as well.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson or Program Director. Unfortunately, you provoked my mind by saying we always bash SITA. But then, my name is Florence Mabunda from Limpopo Provincial Treasury. I'm one of those people who are very frustrated about National Treasury and SITA when it comes to IT, innovation and implementation, to a point where now, as the presenter has been presenting HOD, I'm thinking that probably innovation and implementation of what you can implement is a product of National Treasury and SITA. Because I remember in KZN there is a guy who has a very, very beautiful supply chain management system. Remember, we are always getting irregular expenditures, and then HODs and the CFOs are always in boiling water because our tender processes are still manual, and there is a very big room for fraud and corruption, and sometimes honest mistakes do happen. So there's no transparency. But this guy from KZN had a very, very beautiful idea or innovation of the e-tender process, or the whole chain of supply chain management, where one can just go into a system and then you put your documents, and if I pass the test, if I win the bid, no, everybody, it's not questionable. It is transparent. Now we have got this IFMS where National Treasury said we cannot implement our own financial systems. We have to stick to BAS, PESAL, and Logis. Those ones I understand, they can be the generic systems. But there are other systems like when you have to have an invoice system, asset management system, like other subsystems that are supporting financial management and the services in government. You are not allowed to do that. Then when it comes to SITA, you have to procure from SITA, and then SITA will take forever until the budget is depleted, because when you have to procure something that is above $1 million these days, starting from last year, you have to rely on SITA, and SITA is not coming to party.
Can
The
I
National
ask you to-
Treasury uplift that moratorium because it is frustrating us. Thank you.
So, thanks. I wanted to ask you start moving to closure. Thanks. Next question. And I've noted there are already 3 questions from Limpopo. So the other provinces need to step up, please. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson Onismus Malamela from Limpopo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I was Komojo. My intention is not to bet you, but
Please stand. I forgot to ask the previous speaker. Please stand for the camera purposes.
All right. Onismus from Limpopo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check if SITA is able to profile the innovation, because in Limpopo, where I come from, SITA will sign a SLA with the provincial treasurer, for example, looking for one system. Again, SITA will sign a SLA with COGSTA for the same system, meaning that SITA will have 2 SLAs about one system. So my question is, don't you have a place where you profile all this innovation so that when we come to you looking for development of the system, you can be able to tell us and say, no, we have that system, go to Treasury, go to COGSTA, and so forth. So we have got this duplication of innovation where we come from in Limpopo. So don't you have a place where you record the innovation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. And the last, I hope not from Limpopo. Thank you.
You've already touched on the questions I want to ask. The first one is around the centralization of solutions. You mentioned that government spent a lot of money on the solutions that they already own. Is SITA doing anything about that? Whereby you find another department buying a solution, another one buying the same solution. Then the second one, are they investing all the time on the projects? Often I've worked both with private sector and SITA, and you find that a 3 months project with SITA can take about 3 years. Competitive solution providers. The private sector have got service delivery models which they use, which may tag based on the prices, touch based on the project timeline and stuff. Is SITA in any way considering those frameworks? Because for some reason, SITA seem to be coming behind. Yes, on paper, they always look like they are it, but once you get engaged with them, the process tends to multiply. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I ask you to respond, these difficult, and please feel free to be honest if you don't have necessarily all the answers, but that we use this as a platform to continue engagement. I just want to give the MMC to also make a comment, because one of the key themes that are coming through all the questions is procurement. And in this case, one of the questions one can ask is SITA procurement a barrier to innovation or an enabler? There were some comments made earlier around SCM processes. I don't know, where's the mic? Do you have them? If we can just bring the mic here for a comment, and then I'll hand over to SITA. Where's, just here to the front. Thanks, Martina. Right there. Also waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pia, and greetings to everyone. I would have loved to have made the comment earlier, but I'm still making it now. So I might take the conference a little bit back. I think for me, the issue is the completeness of our understanding of planning, budgeting, and performance. Because procurement happens as a consequence of implementation of the plan and the budget. So at planning stage, you would then do one or two things. One is you do a situational analysis of the development challenges of that specific area in relation to the functions that you must perform in relation to the consecution. And your functions are listed in Schedule A, in Part A of Schedule 4 and Schedule 5, or in Part B of Schedule 4 and Schedule 5, depending whether you're local government or you're provincial government. And therefore, you do your own developmental analysis, and then from there, you would then formulate a response to those strategies. Then from the strategies, you then develop your own projects on how. And then, at the stage at which you are developing your projects, that's what's going to determine your procurement planning. A problem that happens is, it appears that public service and public administration relates differently to institutional capacity issues and SCM. What do I mean? For you to implement project A, you need a civil engineer, and you are going to hire one. For that post of the civil engineer to be there, you must first define what the civil engineer would do in all those issues, so that it can then be on the organogram. You then advertise the post and all you do those issues. And you don't advertise and make appointment on the post on the 1st of July if you need the work to be done on the 1st of July. And you don't start the advert and appoint in June and all those issues. So many a times, people would always blame procurement. And I want to make a typical example. Financial planning is always a 3-year financial plan. And nothing says you can't begin procurement in 2023 for a project to be implemented in 2025-2026 financial year. Nothing says that you can't do that. You can actually start your procurement processes and go up to the award stage and award and finish and wait for the appointment date as and when the project must be done. But many a times people do not do that. So for me, I think from a process point of view, procurement planning, project preparation, all those issues, there is a fine-tuning that we need to do in terms of proper planning and budgeting, all those issues. It's a pity I don't have more time to talk to this, but I want to comment on the last issue around the CETA and all those issues. I think it's important for us, before we say CETA, we are doing this, or CETA, you're not doing this, and so they're not doing that, to go through the CETA Act and understand exactly what was the intent of the legislation and the intent of the legislator in the creation of CETA. And if CETA is failing in performing its mandate, we can't then say, no, CETA should not have been there. We can rather focus on improving the performance of CETA in that particular mandate. And I want to end by saying, one of the most important things why CETA was created was to deal with issues that have got to do with fruitless and wasteful expenditure associated with information asymmetry. The issues that he was dealing with, to say, how does it happen that two different departments procure the same system and all those issues? So CETA was created exactly to stop that. So if CETA is not doing it, it does not mean that it is correct. It means CETA is failing on their mandate, and they must be told that they are failing on their mandate and they must fix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a quick intervention from the HOD. Martina, if you can just take the mic there. I would like us to break by past, so a quick intervention, and then we'll continue discussion after lunch when we will have this discussion, and then I'll ask Sita to respond.
Chair, maybe my discussion will be premature now. I just want to ask, are we going to talk about CETA in the round table.
Yes.
Because then I'll come in on that. And I think the gentleman before me is very clear, because we need to understand why was SITA formed. And is SITA doing what it's supposed to do now? Because SITA does not have a private sector client. It only have a public sector client. But the question is, does SITA even know what is my annual performance plan? Me, as EGAF. They don't know. So how will they service me? So we'll deal with that during that time. Thank you.
Thanks, Atodi. Oh, you've just got the best advert for this afternoon session. Please don't miss it. Please be here at 2 o'clock. This panel is going to be live. So I'm going to ask SITA to respond briefly, and then we will definitely take this conversation. And honestly, on a very serious note, we keep on talking about these things. And these are talk shops. We really need to start focusing on how do we solve these challenges, because otherwise we're going to be here next year talking about the same thing. We've raised the issue of Z83 forms in a previous conference. We still have the Z83 forms. And I think really I support the HOD 100%. Let's start the conversation now. So I'm going to ask SITA to respond briefly. We're going to break for lunch. We come back, we continue the conversation. And whilst you're at lunch, go to the photo booth, take your picture, because the photo booth will only be available until after lunch. Ma'am.
Okay, thank you, delegates. I can see we just nearing to lunch, but if you can just indulge me for a few minutes, then we'll go to lunch. So there was a question coming from Limpopo, Florence, right? I got your name correct. And you were saying there's a solution in KZN for e-tender. And now there's IFMS. IFMS is saying stop everything related to IFMS. However, we are not fostering innovation. And you said, okay, fine, there's IFMS. However, there are these other supporting financial systems like invoice tracking, for instance, and so on. I think we just got our new MD this year, 1st of April. Very young, very innovative. That's a plus for us. So one of the things that he has tasked me as part of consulting was it's important that everything that goes through SITA, I am aware of. So there's different channels where requests go through to SITA. You can engage with SITA Limpopo or engage directly with procurement. And somehow it falls through the cracks of us consulting. So, so we are trying to ring-fence all our requests to say, let's try and understand where are the requests coming from. So one of the things that is focusing strongly on is digital advisory and consulting, to say everything that goes to SITA, it must come through to us so that we have a view of what went through to SITA. So we're currently working on an invoice tracking system with one of our clients. So I'm happy to take your details and we can engage outside this meeting. Yeah. So in terms of tender, IFMS is owned by National Treasury. You all know the politics around that. We just the ICT enabler. We don't own the solution. So I think it's befitting if National Treasury can speak on behalf of IFMS. It's not a SITA matter, we just enabling. It's an Oracle solution, so our role is we are just the implementer. We don't own that whole solution. So I cannot say why you're not using IFMS. I think CPSI next time, let's bring National Treasury to these kind of conversations. But in terms of other solutions, I'm the right person to speak to. I'll share some of the things that we've done. Remember I mentioned we need to tell success stories. Yeah, we are doing some of these solutions. It's a pity you are in Limpopo and some of the success stories are happening in Pretoria and we are not talking. And last week when we were at Exco, our managing director said, head office and regional office, why are you not talking? So we are going to start talking. There says Jackie from Limpopo. Jackie Shbambo, yes, I work with her. So we'll talk after this. I can give you my details and we can engage after this. Another Limpopo, Lakila from Limpopo, so I'm not intimidated by my Limpopo people. You said CETA signs different SLAs for a different solution? Same SLA for? Two different departments? On the same project? On the same province? So ideally you would want one SLA for that solution, maybe being managed by the Office of the Premier. Am I correct in understanding that? Then therefore then the Office of the Premier within Limpopo then becomes like a coordinating body to some of these departments. Is that what, We do have framework agreements with Microsoft. I'm not sure if, yeah. Okay. Yeah, please, because you were very vague. I didn't quite understand. Please.
Be specific, right? You have paperless performance management system, right? From Coxa, developed by CETA, right? Now, Office of the Premier also want paperless system, right? Of PMDAs. CETA will sign the SLA with Coxa, they get paid. They will sign the SLA with Office of the Premier or whatever department in Limpopo, they will get paid for the same solution.
Okay, I'll need
Why
to.
can't CETA just refer? If I come to CETA and say, I want this, why can't CETA say that, no, we cannot develop it because it's with public works, go to public works and benchmark, so that you don't strain the resources and duplicate innovation?
Okay. I'm not sure if I understand you. Is same solution or you're benchmarking? Because he spoke about benchmarking, so I got confused.
I became specific, right? With paperless performance management system.
Yeah.
Coxa.
Yes.
Sign the SLA with.
I got that part. The part where you lost me is when you said benchmarking. So maybe explain that part to me. Yeah.
Number two, public works want the same paperless system in Limpopo. CETA signed SLA with public works. My question is, why can't CETA say we cannot duplicate this innovation? Go to Coxa, get it from Coxa, we've already developed it for Coxa. But CETA will sign the SLA with public works, for example, develop the same system that they have in their profiles.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, I got that. So I got that. Thanks for that. HOD, do you want to add? I see you're itching to say something.
I wanted to help you clarify this thing.
Okay.
He's talking about the issue of cost effectiveness.
Okay.
That's what the issue is. Because if you assign a paperless solution with Limpopo and the Office of the Premier on a paperless solution, the functionalities might be different, but the solution is the same. You just need to go into the solution and add whatever feature that is required from Office of the Premier. But what he's saying is that you guys will sign another SLA with Office of the Premier so that you can maximize profit. I know that what I'm saying here might affect my future endeavor, but I'm saying it.
Okay, I'll answer, Program Director. I'm used to this. As I said, our skin is like this thick. So, I think we've done a similar system for library where we signed a contract with a service provider, then we brought a number of clients. So perhaps with the performance management, we can draw lessons from there to say, how did we do it with the national library system? Let's do the same with performance management. I'd like to take your details, speak to Sis Jackie, and see how we can help you. Yeah? Sis Jackie is the regional manager responsible for Limpopo, Gauteng, HOD knows him, and Northwest. So I'll speak to her, we'll see how we can do the same. We've done a similar thing for national library systems. As I say, we have success stories and we have not so successful stories. And lastly, the gentleman here asked about our project management. Colleagues, just indulge me before lunch, please. So you said our framework in terms of project management, we take something that can take potentially 3 months, we take 3 years. You also spoke about any kind of framework to say, let's benchmark with private sector and see how we're doing it. So one of the things that we're doing now with the new MD, he has asked me to benchmark. He's a believer of triple Ps. So he said I must benchmark, number one, just on consulting, to say, as you consult, how do you do it? So instead of us coming up with a CETA framework on consulting, so now I'm meeting all these top consulting firms to see how do they consult, how do they get it right, how are they able to issue a proposal within 7 days. So they are open to that, we're having those kind of engagements. Then once we clean out the consulting, we'll go downstream to solution delivery, to say project management, who's very knowledgeable in terms of implementing project management. Let's benchmark and let's have a CETA framework. We'll do the same for application development, we'll do the same for many other services. But what is key for the MD is for us first to clean this consulting. And now it makes sense why he brought me here today to come and speak about this. So we still, please bear with us, we are turning the tide. We just want to clean the consulting space where everything that comes to CETA, we have a view of it. And I just want to also speak about procurement. A lot of our clients, I was looking at a letter yesterday, a lot of our clients, they send a letter, CETA, I want solution X, I want to procure. And they haven't done what you've spoken about. I mean, I was writing notes, solution analysis. How are you going to write a bid specification if you don't know what is it that you're looking for? So consulting comes in handy where we help you. We're not saying don't procure. We're saying you want to procure, yes, come to consulting. Let's empathize. Let's define what you're looking for. We define it in terms of coming up with conceptual solution, architecture, artifacts. Then we use that as input to procurement. Then if we do it that way, your chances of failure are minimized. So most of our clients, they send a letter, I want a performance management system. They don't even say what are the main components. They want to go straight to procurement. Then they struggle. The reason why the procurement process becomes lengthy because they're at that bid specification phase. They can't even articulate what they're looking for. That's why some of our processes are taking long. So we need to own up. This is an ecosystem. It's a safe space. Most of our clients come and they just have a wait, I want this, they don't understand it. And when we say to them, let's try and unpack that which you're looking for, you can still go through procurement. Remember, whenever you're doing any kind of solutions, you either build in-house CETA. If you don't want to build it in-house with CETA, you can buy it, but first specify it, design it, to say this is what I'm looking for. And the third aspect that our MD is bringing now is to say, once we've defined these solutions, let's go to our partners. Maybe our partners have these solutions already. We don't even have to go through procurement. So our partners can say, I have a performance management system. Then the speed to deliver, then it's minimized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Just another piece. Thank you for the extra round of hand claps. We're going to break for lunch now. Lunch will be served at the ground level, so either take the escalators or the lifts down, and please work your way. We're going to start just after 1 o'clock. Try and make your way after lunch back in. We hopefully be back starting 2:10. We have the whole afternoon session dedicated, will be led by the Government Chief Information Officer and the HOD of Gauteng e-Government, so it's going to be a very lively discussion. We are not going to fall asleep this afternoon. Please remember the photo booth, remember the hashtags, and see you back 2:10 on the dot. Thank you so much to Sita, and we really appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Fella, when you present alone first. Hey, wait, where are the papers? Where, can I get one note there? Because I need to reference. It's a thing I don't want, it's fine. Something. Yeah. I like that idea of an. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Okay. So now I'm busy presenting to the audience. Yeah, hello, Ranzu. How are you? Yeah, I'm talking about this big picture of, the universe. It's a picture, huh? Okay. Yeah, so soon we'll be there. Soon. Just give us time. Yeah, we'll get there soon. Thank you. Then I'm sitting here. While I'm waiting for you, can also
Yes, now I'm presenting. Net imekomile man.
So I'm looking at you like this.
Yes, ish. You see. We are presenting today, so yeah. So ma'am one day drums. So 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 yeah, everything is
Oh, okay. So now I'm waiting to present, as if I'm not observing what is happening. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you can see there's a panel, it will look more. Yeah. Eh? Oh, light of rain. Okay, so while we wait for someone to assist us. And was my mic well positioned? While you are presenting. Yeah, I know. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. So we are here today, finally, to kickstart our conference of the week. Okay, then before you go, please one more. So that all the it's fine.
You sit down.
Oh.
Hello. My turn to okay. So all you guys are sitting here. Yeah, my turn to stand here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we are nodding to what you say. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then we clap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is, I'm from, and I'm here to share with you the presentation.
it's adding value to your lives. So I hope I'm able to add, as an IT person, add value to the innovation discussion. I'm certainly not an expert on the matter. So I just thought I would share that. I laughed and I like, wow. Incidentally, I didn't buy it because I think if I did, I would probably be one of those that are put up for lifestyle audits in the public service. So I really don't want to go there. So colleagues, we had quite an interesting morning session. I thought, let me just remind us where we've come from in terms of the discussion. We had an address by our innovation ambassador, certainly inspiration and the right tone to start off the discussions with Batu Pele. Then we had a discussion from around outcomes-based expenditure and partnerships, which I thought was quite interesting. It certainly stirred in my mind this concept of outcomes-based expenditure, whether it can work, but I think we need to exploit. We need to have the discussions around it. We had an interesting keynote address from our Deputy Minister, urging us, really what I took from there was her opening statements around us being patriotic and being ambassadors for our country by being solutions focused. Again, a key message that I don't want us to lose as we move into the discussions. Then my good friend, Dr. Paul Plantinga, AI in the public sector. Paul, I don't know if you're back, but he's always really a wealth of knowledge and experience. You can take the toothbrush down, I think. I think we're done with the AI toothbrush. We're not going to use it. Certainly, some of the things Paul raised around AI governance, procurement, sandboxing is again an interesting concept here, and I think we need to think about it. Those that are making policy on the panel and from the audience, how do we start to use some of these concepts that have really taken grip internationally and start to introduce them into our practices? But certainly, I think, Paul, we are going to call on you again and again around some of the material that you have and some of your expertise in terms of guiding us on the innovation journey. And then last but not least, of course, a very interesting discussion by Kgomotsho on CETA. And I do note that Pierre chummed the waters to a certain extent. As being in Cape Town, I thought it's appropriate to talk about chumming the waters and saying that we are going to continue the CETA discussion. I think we're going to continue the discussion around innovation. And we're going to reflect about all of our roles in innovation. Not leaving CETA out of the discussion, but also thinking about the roles that we individually play and collectively play around being ambassadors for innovation in our respective areas. So, an interesting morning discussion, and I think it takes us to a point where we are now excited. Our bellies are full. Some of us are a bit grumpy because we've not eaten, but I promise I will be gentle with you, and I won't take it out on you. So we're going to have a roundtable discussion, but that's going to be preceded by a session or a few presentations, I think two in particular. We're going to talk about enabling digital cities by Mr. Derek Nerine. We'll have a presentation from our HOD, Mr. Cyril Baloyi, who is extremely passionate about technology and I think is well placed to lead us in some of these discussions. And we'll then have a roundtable discussion, and I will introduce the panelists when we get there. And then lots of time for discussion. Really, I'm here to facilitate the discussion that you are going to have, we are going to have together. And I'm hoping that you are going to assist me to stimulate the minds both on the platform and in the room around some of these. So without further ado, and leaving the toothbrushes behind, let me then ask Mr. Derek Nerine to come and address us around enabling digital cities. Mr. Nerine. Thank you.
I think I have a presentation that's going to come up. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I was on a flight here from Johannesburg, so I missed a couple of sessions because the plane was delayed, which is always a good excuse anyway. But I heard you talk about, innovation, and you spoke about outcomes-based expenditure, and hopefully I can touch on some of those when I talk about enabling digital cities. And I have 15 minutes in which to do that. So 15 minutes is not a lot of time, but let's hope we can do that. So, firstly, my name is Derek Noreen. I'm from a company called Metro Wired. And I'm going to talk about enabling digital cities. And I believe that the whole concept of this is turning barriers into innovation. Now, there we go. So what I'm hoping to get through in 15 minutes is talking about smart city, the IOC overview. So when you talk about digital cities, we're talking about smart cities, we're talking about safe cities, we're talking about all of those things. The thing is this, the technology exists. There's nothing new to innovate there. It's about how we take that technology and use it. Then we talk about the overall IOC, which is your Integrated Operations Center. Everyone should have one of those as a city, as a municipality, as a province, and even as national government. We should have an integrated operations center where we have visibility on what's happening and we can take action when that happens. And then finally, we'll look at when you've built the smart city, what's the value of that? That's going backwards. Let's go this way. Okay, good. So, when you look at a safe city, I don't know if you can see that, at the bottom you have all your devices. Your devices are your IoT devices. You'll see that cities have cameras. Some cities have body cams on offices. There's a whole host of devices that exist already. There's nothing to innovate there, really. They exist. It's how we get to use it. Do we have an IOC is the first question. Then once all these devices are out there, your cameras, how does that get back to the IOC? You need to have a network of sorts. And that network needs to be reliable. And that network can be fiber in the ground. It can be 5G as it happens today, and they're even talking about 6G already. But that is fundamentally important when you are moving into a digital city. Because without that, you don't have anything. The next layer above that is once you've got the signals that are going from all of those devices, they're traveling on the network, they've got to get somewhere for it to make sense. For us to then take the innovation that is AI, to take the innovation that we have and make it information that we can use to make decisions in that city, wherever we are. And then finally, you have at the top layer all of the applications that we can use. This is where your AI sits. This is where your IOC screen sits. This is where you have full visibility of what's happening in the city. Now, there's a couple of other important things that we need to know. One, you'd be having a lot of information. Therefore, security needs to be something that resides in this infrastructure altogether so that the information that you have stays your information and it stays safe. The other thing that you need, and you can't see it there, but it's called a unified OEM, which is basically an orchestration layer that brings everything together. So it's great to have a smart city, it's great to have all of those things. If you can't bill for it, you're not going to make any money for it, and if you're not billing for it, it's going to die eventually. Now, there's been a lot of fiber that's been put in the ground in South Africa. It's up to us to mine it and make it work. So some focus areas we can talk about here when you're getting involved in a digital city would be, most importantly, your IOC, your Integrated Operations Center. Some people are talking about, we want to have case files, we want to do a whole host of things. This is where that orchestration happens, where a call comes in, somebody says there's an incident, that gets recorded. Now you can go back and you got a record of it because you actually have it. When you're writing things down on paper, it's very easy for things to slip through the cracks. Then you have your data center where your information is stored, CCTV and IoT, which is the devices that are feeding you the information that you need. And then finally, it's a nice to have, but somewhere along the line, we need to start looking at smart energy and making things work without depending on the grid for our electricity. So, as far as your IOC is concerned, that's your Intelligent Operations Center. This is the heartbeat. This is where everything is being controlled. This is the point at which you as the city, as the digital city, have control over what's going on. We have your cameras out there, you have smart buildings, you have a geolocation system, a GIS system, you know where each of your ambulances are, your vehicles are, etc. And then, of course, there's the applications that go with that, and then the data center, and the network, and your devices. Now, let's say there was no digital city in an area, but there were people. And if you decided you want to build a digital city, you got to go, I got to build all of those things. So firstly, to start with, I got to build a network. Then I got to put devices on that network. And then I've got to build a data center where I can record everything that's happening on the cameras. And when you look at that, you go, okay, so what's it going to cost if I built a 5G network? Oh, that's about 1.2 billion rand. Okay, and if I did that with fiber, it'll probably be around the same. And then when I added all the devices, that's about another 100 million maybe. Oh, I haven't built a data center yet. Okay, so let's add another 100 to that. Eventually, you end up with, it's about 2 billion rand to do this thing called a digital city, to have a smart city, to have a safe city. Who's got 2 billion rand lying around to do this? Because we can start the project immediately. So, in order to do this, we need to firstly be smart. And by that, we need to understand, we need to know what we don't know. So we want to build a digital city. We want to start from the bottom up. We want to do this. We need to know what we don't know, and then surround ourselves by the people who do know. And it's good to work with people who've done this before. Now, I'm not saying that I've done this before. I'm just saying it's good to work with people who've done this before, because I may be good in an area, but this whole digital city is a wide expanse of things, and I may not have the expertise for everything. But what I'm going to do is find somebody who does. So let's get back to that 2 billion. How are we going to work this out? How are we going to get the money to do this? Because NDP 2030, 100 megs to every household. How are we going to get there? But it's a good target, and it's something we should try. We need to have a go. And if we don't have the money, we've got to have to find those innovative ways of having this outcome-based finance, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're willing to share the profits and the money, then there's a way. And this has been used before in South Africa, and it's called the bot model. What's the bot model? So let's look at a digital city. You've got equipment that's coming to the digital city, right? If we look at this whole digital city project, who's the people with the money actually? Firstly, it's not us, but it's got to be someone. And most of the time, the people who have that money are what we call the OEMs. In other words, the guys that are manufacturing all those devices, that are building the software for the IOC, that are building the software for your emergency contact center, that are doing all of those things. They have the money. What do they want to do? They want to sell that equipment. They want that equipment to leave their doors, their shores, wherever they are, and they want to innovate and create this digital city. The first thing is this. The OEM sometimes, whoever that OEM may be, also has a funding arm where they will fund this anyway. So there's the players. There's you. There's the OEM that has the technology, because there's nothing to innovate in digital cities. It's done already. All you got to do is get it there. You then have the OEM that could be the funder. But how does this model work? So firstly, you got to look at what do you have in your hand that you could use as leverage if you're a municipality, if you're a little city. You have a whole host of services that you are procuring from somebody. There's internet services, there's voice services, there's all of those services. And you're spending that money anyway. What if you took all of that money and spent it with the same OEM that's willing to fund building a digital city anyway? And that OEM has what you call a partner or a fiber network operator, which is basically the special purpose vehicle to make digital cities a reality. So your partner or your SPV or your FNO provides services to you as the city, pays you royalties while building the network and having the right to use the network. When you have the right to use the network, you then can provide services to the marketplace, anybody who wants it. From that marketplace, you get revenues. With that revenue, you then pay off the debt that is owed, and the OEM gets what he wants, you get what you want. In the bot system, it's a build, operate, transfer. So after a particular point in time, once this network has been built, you take it over. All you need to be doing is watching, learning, and preparing for the day when you take it over and that entire marketplace becomes yours, the network is paid off, the OEM is happy, and everybody goes away with, we all winners. As long as we happy to share. The other thing about this is you need to be strategic. You need to decide very early on in the game, if you're going to build a digital city, what do you want to achieve? Do you want to be a smart city? Do you want to be a safe city? Do you want to be a safe city and a smart city? Or are you involved in the SMME development? Because remember, when that partner FNO is going to market, he's not going there as the salesman. That's not his purpose. This is where SMMEs come in, where they could be going to the market on behalf of the city, on behalf of the FNO, selling the services that exist on this infrastructure that's being built by the OEM, that's being funded by them or the funders, and everybody's in a position where they're winning. So the partner has the debt facility, the partner collects from the market, the partner pays the royalties, and this gets developed and built in stages. All you need to decide is, what is your strategic intent in doing this? Because if you look at the NDP, are you going to build SMMEs? Yes, you will. Are you going to take the 100 megs connectivity to every household? Yes, you can, if you're providing public Wi-Fi on this network that you built. Public Wi-Fi is free for a certain amount, and then you can buy vouchers. Vouchers can be available at any point in a settlement or in a rural township. You can have what they call spaza shops selling vouchers on behalf of you for Wi-Fi, if required. But everybody still gets free Wi-Fi when they're there. If your intention is to be a schools network, then that's a little bit different. Then you want to get to every school and make sure that they've got the availability to get back to the internet. Then it'll be the FNO's job there to say, well, can I then supply the content to all those schools from my data center, from my central point of view? So there's a lot of wins in this kind of scenario when you're working in this bot model of building a digital city. Yeah. Okay. So basically, in your IOC platform, you have your old Tetra networks, your new VoIP networks, you have your cameras, you have all of them coming together where you have control of it. Can it be done? Yes, it can. It has been done across the globe. We just need to find the right people in that bot model to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narine. I certainly enjoy myself looking at architecture diagrams. But I think you reminded us of the complexities involved in building these smart cities. And I guess to your question, what kind of city do we want? I think we all want smart cities and we want safe cities. So we want it all. The question is just, can we develop a vision for what a South African smart city should look like? Can we set some broad principles about what we want our cities to be, what we want our citizens to experience? And then can we use that vision and develop some kind of journey or roadmap towards getting there so that we can work together towards it? I think the technology is complicated and complex, and certainly we get that from what you are saying. And there are many moving parts, but we have to start somewhere, and perhaps that vision is where we start. So thank you, Mr. Narine, for that discussion. Now, colleagues, we move on to, let me say, the core theme of the session, and it is around the enablers or inhibitors of innovation, specifically looking at legislation and policies. Can we legislate this innovation? Have we tried, or have we legislated to actually suppress the innovation? Where are we in this discussion? And I think we are going to discuss quite a bit about it, but we are going to be led by Mr. Cyril Baloyi, who we've heard from the floor already, and we can hear his passion when he speaks about innovation and technology. And I certainly know that Mr. Baloyi comes with a very strong career and experience with technology and innovation, and is currently heading up the Department of E-Government at the Gauteng Provincial Government. Certainly one of our leading provinces from an innovation perspective and our digitalization perspective. So I think without much further ado, Mr. Baloyi, over to you.
Good afternoon. I see some of you are already sleeping. I can't blame you. Every time when people come back from lunch, it's a norm they have to sleep. So, Chairperson, with your permission, I'll request that everybody stand. And everybody means everybody. Just stretch your hands a bit. You can sit down now. Thank you very much for that respect. I'm just trying to wake you up so that we can deal with this thing. So this question, when it was brought to me, I think it was last week Friday, in the job that I do, I write speeches for political leaders. So I wrote a speech. And then I said, can I understand the kind of audience that I'm going to deal with? Then I changed the speech to a presentation. So I'll just request that site that they put the presentation. It's only got 21 slides. It's not big. But I can guarantee you will not be sleeping when I'm talking. That I can guarantee you. I'm just waiting for them, Chairperson, to bring up the presentation. But I think while they're doing that, let's ask ourselves one question. And the former program director did say that we talk a lot, especially in South Africa government, we talk a lot. We don't implement. And most of the time we'll say, no, it's these bureaucracy systems that are causing us not to implement. I don't believe that the bureaucracy system is the cause of us not being able to implement. Because the same bureaucracy system, there's a process to deal with it at the same time. But what is our problem today? Reading from the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy 2024, it says that in Africa, we account for 13.4% of the world's population. 13.4% of the world's population, Africa alone. But we only produce 1.1% of the scientific knowledge. 13.4%, 1.1% of the scientific knowledge. Let's ask ourselves in this room, where are you, where am I in that 1.1%? I believe that I'll be counted in that 1.1% when I finish my PhD. So I must try and increase the numbers. There's a lot of money that government has put in to assist people to do their PhD and all that. But in the same breath, only 1% of global investment is in research and development, which is spent in Africa alone. 1%. You go to conferences, you hear companies saying, can I have my presentation, please? I want people to see what I'm talking about. And Chairperson, hopefully this is not parliament. You won't say your time is over before I finish my presentation. So you'll go to conferences all over the world, and also here in Africa and South Africa, and companies will tell you, no, we spend a lot of money in research and development in Africa. According to STISA 2024, it's only 1% they are spending on research and development in Africa. What is the problem? Why is it that we as government of this African continent, we are not spending money on research and development? In Gauteng, in October the 7th of 2022, we recreated our Department of eGov to be called eGov and Research and Development. But it's still a challenge to get it to materialize the way it's supposed to materialize. But it doesn't mean that we are sitting and doing nothing about it. I'll move along while they are coming back to producing the slides. I've sent the slides to someone called Sikwati and someone called, oh, okay. Oh, okay, I must put it here. It's a long process here. I think he's got it. I sent it to you, ne? Yeah, just put it. Because I need a converter here to convert to the USB. What is an overview of public service innovation landscape in South Africa, as established by the Minister of DPSA, and what is its role? The role of CPSI is to improve the quality of public service through the development of innovative, sustainable, and responsive model. Where are we today on that? How do we ensure that we promote innovative in government by ensuring that we facilitate engagement between public, private, and non-government organizations? That is one of the questions I asked earlier. It's very important because in South Africa, there's this notion that if Cyril Baloyi is seen sitting with BCX in a meeting drinking coffee, they are doing corruption. So how will you be able to bring in private and public partnership without engaging with these people? There must be some magic that you'll form somewhere to be able to engage with them, because we've got a perception that if someone sits with a service provider is doing corruption. And the world, in terms of engagement, works on discussion. So we need to also deal with that. And I'm bringing it here in these four because we've got leadership of government here that needs to deal with those. I've got MMC here. We had a long conversation during our lunch break today. Oh, thank you very much. I didn't see that. Okay, I'm already here. One of the mandate of CPSI, and I'm not taking over from you, ED, is to nurture innovation in the public sector in South Africa. Then the question is, how do we link that with SETA and all government institutions of South Africa, Centec, Brand Bendokraft, and FRACO, and all these other ones? Because we do not create synergies amongst ourselves, and that's where the problem is. And I will implore CPSI to take also that initiative to bring all these people together so that we can all sit in one room and define our way forward. The way forward doesn't get defined in Cape Town in the parliament. The way forward is defined by all of us sitting here. Any policy that goes to parliament, it starts with us. It doesn't start with politicians. We start everything, we go to those subcommittees, up to executive council committees, until it goes to become a bill in parliament. It starts with us. So we need to take up that process and make sure that it runs. Now, what are the barriers of innovation that has been seen in the world and also in South Africa? The biggest one in South Africa is the lack of capital investment from both sides, government and private sector. We all know those who are running IT departments or offices, to go there and say, I need so much money. They will tell you, no, we must first sort out water. But you are unable to keep the water safe because you don't have the correct technologies that can be able to monitor the water for you. Today in Johannesburg, when water moves from Rand Water in the south and goes to northwest in Randburg, we lose a lot of water in the pipeline. But nobody knows how we are losing that water. But we've got Internet of Things sensors and all that we can put in the pipeline and understand where we're losing water. It doesn't need, it's no brainer, it's there. We can just coordinate it and implement it. So there's an issue of capital investment in dealing with that. And I'll come back to that later. There are 6 things that I believe that it should be no discussion about it in South Africa for us to implement the way forward in digital technologies. In practical expectations of innovations, lack of time. The issue of vision and leadership when it comes to the issue of innovation, it's a problem. How do you make sure that in each and every work where you work, there's a clear vision? People understand, what do you mean when you talk about innovation? Or is just a passing way? Do we go to a conference, we talk about it, we leave it, we'll talk about it another day? What tools do you provide to those people to be able to know what is it that they need to do? Do you create clear processes for them to understand what they need to do? Unempowered innovation teams. You see that slide of, does this thing have the, yeah. Do you see that part of the man with the Begitele thing? Do you see that? You are not empowering managers to be able to take decisions. And if you are unable to trust your people, you won't be able to get the work done. You'll never. It's a straightforward process. No matter how a good leader you can think you can be, as long as you don't have the right people around you that you can trust to do the job for you, you won't succeed. Because you'll collapse if you want to do everything yourself. So we need to change from that. Lack of clear strategy. We don't have a clear strategy in terms of where do we want to take this government to in terms of innovation. All of us, it's not all about CPSI. It must be clear when I say I want paperless in Gauteng, it must be clear. And I must be able to go and fight with GPT to get the money for that paperless process. It costs a lot of money. One day I'll give you an example of what we did at City of Johannesburg while we changed the entire paperless at the legislature. Culture. It's a ball of twine. We are all different. We are all different colors. You see, there's lots of different colors there. But we need to be able to combine all those colors together, to work together. It's like a marriage, this thing. It's like a marriage. You fight, you're fine, you fight, you are fine, you fight, you are fine. Because you are two different people. There's no one who can tell you, no, I married my best friend. From where? There's no one who can tell you I've married my best friend. It's a give and take. So you must be able to have a process of compromise to be able to check what makes us work together, what makes us not to be able to work together, what makes us tick. Those things are very important. You should be able to do what we call enneagram and understand that this person that I work with, what makes him angry? So that you'll be able to manage him. Pela management is not a one line down. It's a both directions. We manage each other. If my subordinate can't manage me, we're not going to have a proper relationship. And the work will suffer. Resistance to change. People resist change because you don't give them an opportunity to be part of the change. You can't, as executive, come in and say, we are going to do this. I've got an exco that normally sits almost every week. Just to say, what do you think we must do? Even though sometimes I've already made my decision. I just want to hear what they're going to say. But by doing that, it gives them that power to understand that they are part of this process. And I'll try and convince them in the meeting that this is the direction that we must go. So it goes in with the process. The lack of leadership, of managerial support, lack of internal and external collaboration, I was talking about it. The most difficult one is too much focus on existing work. We saw that during COVID. No one can tell me that you never interviewed someone with Skype for, what was it called before? No, before it was called Skype for Business. It was called Skype something. No one can tell me you never interviewed a person with Skype 5-6 years ago. But when COVID came, it became a problem. But all the solutions were there. Most of us did not go out on a procurement to buy anything. Everything was there, but we implemented because we were forced by COVID. Because we get too comfortable in what we do on a day-to-day basis. So we need to change the issue of focusing on existing work. I'm going to move faster now, Chairperson. I think this will also discuss in our discussion because it talks about ICT investment such as cloud computing and ERP solution, then everyone will talk about IFMS. So I'll leave that into the discussion later. The issue of partnership with private sector, I've already spoken about it, it's an issue. Culture, it's a big issue in government. Big issue. I joined government in 2018. Someone once told me, you find me here, you leave me here. And I left them there. But me now I'm moving. So we must get away from a mindset of entitlement to a mindset of being privileged. I'm not the only HOD. They can remove me tomorrow. Someone else must be able to take over. I must be privileged to be in that position. I must not be entitled. That's when you'll be able to ensure that you get clean audits. Because you know that if I don't deliver, I'll be removed. It must not be a buddy-buddy issue, MMC. It must not be a buddy-buddy issue. We need to prioritize research and development. Now, the issue of people and skills as a barrier to innovation, to me, is both ways. Do we have a skills shortage, or we're not looking to the right skills? I'm going to leave that to you to answer. This thing came in. Oh, this one is not. Okay, this thing is not moving. Sorry. Yeah, this is correct. What is that? I'm asking the room, what is that? In innovative, each and every country, they've got their own animal or whatever you call it that they use to define their innovative theme. This is the theme of South Africa innovation. I don't know if they'll agree with me, but that's what I read. And it's called a pest in South Africa. I'm moving on my site, that's the problem. In China, they use a pet. In northern Thailand, they use a snake. Now, who must innovate? It's not executives. It must be an overall organizational culture set. The mindset of innovation must be the entire organization. It must cascade down from the CEO, HOD, down to the lower level employee. Then they'll be able to not resist the change that we are bringing to them. The political and administrative leadership must make sure that they take lead in this process. And I'm happy with how the Deputy Minister was speaking here. I see you are in good hands there from the Deputy Minister's side, because she understands what needs to happen, which is very key. And it's something that myself and the MMC were talking about earlier. How does the world see us as South Africa? I'm sorry, I'm moving on the wrong side. How does the world see us in South Africa? The World Intellectual Property Organization report of 2021 in terms of Global Innovation Index says we are sitting on number 61 with 32.7. That was the score. But let's look on the next following year. The next following year, we are still sitting on 61. But what is the scoring? 29.8, which means we went down. So how do we make sure, all of us here, that we change this perspective back to where it was in 2021 for 2023, or better than the way it was in 2020? Because if we had actually done the same way that we did in 2021, we'll have moved 10 steps up to number 50. So we're still stuck because we are not doing as much as what we're supposed to do. Because the problem is we talk too much, we don't implement. And what is it that they measure, this world report? This is what they measure. Your political environment, which is policies and regulations that we are talking about today here, regulatory environment, your business environment. How long does it take for a business to be able to do business in South Africa government? And now we're talking about the issue of national, provincial, and local. Because for a business to be able to strive here in Cape Town, they must lodge to the city of Cape Town. And you find that as per the World Bank report, I want to build a garage in my house and someone wants to build a mall. We follow the same line of approval. Why? And that is the problem that we have. Why must I and Mr. Masingi, that they want to create a mall, they must follow the same line with me? I just want to do a garage. So we need to understand the issue of how do we improve the ease of doing business in our government, and it must start with us. Human capital and research, I've spoken about that. People must be able to be taught. Our ambassador here spoke about coding. In Kenya, they're doing it. In India, in 2011 and 2009, 2011, I used to go to India a lot. In 2013, while I was working for Symantec. In India, out of this room, you can find a developer sitting outside developing. And I can fire the one inside here and call that guy in to come and develop. Why can't we find ourselves in that situation in South Africa? Because we don't train our kids from lower level to understand what is coding and programming. And I'm sure most of people sitting here today, because IT has changed. It's not like during our time where you study everything. Now you focus on system development, network, and what. Some might not even know what is programming. So it's key that we change the early learning curricula of what we do. And what have we done as Gauteng in terms of that? And I'll come back to one slide later. All our TVETs colleges today, 5 of them, they have got an IT course. West Call did not even have an IT course. We have partnered with the University of Johannesburg, We are creating AI courses for free. We are creating business management courses for free to all the previously disadvantaged people, because you all know TVET college is attended by previously disadvantaged people. And we are saying to you, Jay, create an academic curriculum that can align and change the TVET college process to be able to have a step forward next to you. Because you don't want a situation where all you can talk about, because we don't have apprenticeship like we used to do before. Today, most of those colleges have closed. So we need to bring TVET colleges back to be able to create work that people can be able to do their own business, but they need to learn about business management. They need to understand the impact of technology to the work that they do. Hence, we are giving them AI. And it's free. We, as Gauteng province, are paying University of Johannesburg. I'm going to, on the 22nd of September, there will be graduations there at UJ. Business sophistication, market sophistication, we've got BRICS here, sitting here, talking about trade partnership within our BRICS involvement. How do we do that in terms of innovation? Ourselves. Who is there now representing all of us here at BRICS? Who's there? Talking about all these nice digital technologies to see how do we link with Russia, India, and all these other countries. And that's where the problem starts. Now, out of all this, you will then have your output, which will create you a tangible outcome in terms of knowledge creation to your people. And be able to produce products. That's why at the end there we talk about intangible assets. Those are products that you won't be able to touch, but we can produce. I mean, most of the time when I speak, I talk about Elon Musk, that is also from South Africa. So why can't someone from Google it be able to create a product that can be used anywhere? It's simple, it's doable. There's a friend of mine here, JL Cook, I don't know if they are still here or not. They started that software development team themselves. And they're doing a lot of work with government. I'm almost done, Chair. Now, the issue of culture is very critical. How do you see the world? How do I see the world? Myself. All of us in a group, how do we see the world? It's very important because the world must be able to be seen by three things if we are in a working environment. Organization, objectives, leadership, management, and style is very key. And communication. Communication. It's very important. Now, we as leaders, we need to live, say, behave, and operate culture. It's very important. And if we are able to instill that culture to our team, then we are able to create a formula for sustainability for our organizations. And changing their aptitude with the regulations that we have, multiplying it by technology, it gives us capabilities, great capabilities. Then we're able to produce tangible outcomes, which has got service delivery impact. Now, almost finished, Chairperson. The key thing about culture when it comes to legislature and policies, we are working in silos. I don't know what policy. We had a meeting, me and you, one day, and we had a lot of discussions. Then at the end, there was a conclusion of agreement. But we pointed to him, and he pointed to us, and we all said, no, we need to re-agree and rearrange and re-meet again. Because we're working in silos, but we're all going to the same direction. So collaboration is very important. Reactive mindset. I'm not going to talk about you, my sister. All of us do that. We wait for a problem to happen. You wait for a contract to end and rush to BAC and everything and say, no, approve quickly. Me, I don't approve. Let the contract end. Because tomorrow I must go and explain myself. Why did I approve? I'll say, you brought it and this day, this time. Explain yourself, not me. So we're working, and most of the time there are reasons why people do that, which we know most of the time. They are forcing you to extend a contract that should not be extended. I don't extend. So we need to have proactive mindset. Being right the first time is not always right. It's not always right. Allow people to take risk and learn. If people don't feel that they've got a room to take risk, they will be scared of taking the risk. And people will not work. Being an expert is a problem in an organization. If it's not said by Mr. Abu Buka, then it's not correct. It's a problem. You can't accept that in an organization. People must be allowed to embrace their input. We have passed the stage of, I'm moving quickly, we've passed the stage of mind and hands. I stole this from somewhere, so focus will know where I stole this one from. We've passed the stage of, I want your mind here, and I want your hands here. You must be here at 8. Your mind must be here, your hands must be here, you leave at 5. We've passed that stage. We deal with people in soul and spirit. I want to mention, yesterday I did not drink alcohol because I was busy preparing this presentation. And the people I was sitting with, they work in my department and they were drinking. And I was the one buying the alcohol. Hey, they told me a lot of things. And I realized that it means there's something I'm missing about soul and spirit out of these people. But today, because they are hallelujah happy, they can tell me properly. So it's very important to make sure that you understand the soul and spirit of the people you are dealing with. I don't know if you've got a kid at home that is suffering or not. And you just come to work at 11. I don't want to understand why. And you won't be able to do your best because you're already angry with me. So it's very much important. And I know it's a lesson that all of us must deal with. But we must talk about it to be able to move around it. I'm moving quickly now. Last one. Last point. Oh, I must also move here. I'm just going to move as quickly as I can. Those are just lessons of what failed in some of the innovative organizations, even mostly in South Africa. Now, these are some of the things that I spoke about. The issue of SETA is the issue of speed. There is no agents. And that is an overall issue of government. Someone sit with a document for 5 days. It doesn't make any sense. Your standard operating procedure must be clear. 48 hours, you sit with a document. If you don't bring it, I sign it minus the date. Because there's a standard operating procedure. Remember, what you are signing is my delegation. So I sign it, we move. And I charge you for not signing. Signing doesn't mean you must approve. You can decline and state your reason. But a document cannot sit with you for a week while we are waiting for you. You must decline and say, I'm declining this, sign your reason. It comes to me, I'll do the final approval almost. So why must you sit with a document for a week and we delay the whole process? Now, how do we bring this country into a citizen-centric approach? Unfortunately, time is not on my side. We need to move SETA from smart to slim. Smart, specific, measurable, achievable, what is R for? Reachable, time-based. So you measure before you achieve. What are you measuring? It's smart. What is smart? Because people thought it's smart is the word smart. But you are measuring before you achieve. What are you measuring? Slim, specific, learning-oriented, you are learning on delivering on this thing. Is it impactful to the delivery that you want to achieve? Then you can measure it by the impact that it has been created there or not. Smart. Doesn't work. Now, by doing that, you are able to create a citizen-centric environment. Those are the 6 pillars. They will share this presentation with you. Those are the 6 pillars that will tell you how to behave and become a citizen-centric person of government. Then you'll be able to create this government towards a journey of innovation. That is the only way. And unfortunately for us here, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We have to do this innovation, whether we like it or not. It affects us personally if we don't do it. We are all citizens, ratepayers of something somewhere. So if it doesn't get done where you are sitting, staying, it's going to affect you. What are the projects some of the projects that we are doing as innovative? This is the last slide now. We have delivered 15 judicial projects in 2022, 2023. I must say that thanks to the entire GOV team, we got our second consecutive clean audit. If you don't clap here, you don't have it, it's clear. That's why you're not clapping hands. It means you don't have clean audit. And mind you, this department was a qualified department when we started. We got it out in 4 months to unqualified, then every year is clean audit. And then my time will come, I leave. So thank you very much. In Johannesburg today, in Gauteng, we have implemented what we call a panic button. And the report are saying armed responses 478, ER 24, 415. We're engaging with security companies when people just press the button and then the police and security goes there. You might think Amapanya doesn't work, but they are working. They are really working. They don't have the same tools as the police, but they are doing a lot of arrest. And you know, it's very easy for them to arrest better than the police. Do you know why? They stay in the same place as the criminals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baloyi. I think, can we give him another round of applause? I've mentioned before that he brings an energy and enthusiasm to the discussion that is needed. So it doesn't feel like a after lunch session anymore when I look in the crowd. So let's keep that energy up, colleagues. I think we've come to a point of the discussion where we need to talk. Certainly Mr. Baloyi has led us in terms of some of the barriers to innovation on finance, lack of vision, strategy, culture. Culture is such an important element of innovation. Let me, colleagues, first introduce our panel. We have in our panel, of course, Mr. Baloyi, and you've all met him by now. We have Mr. Katu Mashau from Nunovation, the Executive Chairman. You're welcome, Mr. Katu.
Didn't know you.
We have Ms. Queen Lovu, the founder and CEO of QP Drone Technology.
Hello.
And she's also involved in the organization that has that very beautiful drone outside. I want to try it. I want to fly it. We have Mr. Rolani Nevufumba, an ICT innovation specialist from the Innovation Hub. Welcome. We have Dr. Stan Mulabi, the Principal Officer of GEMS Medical Aid. Welcome, Doctor. And certainly GEMS is forced to keep up with the private sector, and I think they're doing an amazing job. So colleagues, this is our panel, and we're going to talk about the enablers and the question of innovation and the role that legislation and policy plays around innovation. But I thought I would try to pick up from Mr. Baloyi's presentation and just put some questions to the panel, but also allow you to then also respond and add to the discussion in terms of Mr. Baloyi. So Mr. Baloyi mentioned the issue of finance, and I can tell you from some of the work that we do in ICT, in digitalization, that when we look at the expenditure for the national and provincial government at least, we spend 1% of our goods and services budget on technology, 1%. Globally, we understand that where we need to be in terms of developing and developed countries is 4%. So we really, in terms of investment, we are struggling. From a culture perspective, I'll put a question later on to the panel, and I want to get your thoughts around this pattern and this behavior we have in the public service. I had an opportunity to work in a department where I met a lady who collects information from provinces and from departments around it was specifically around COVID. And so it was quite urgent on a weekly basis that she gets the data. And so what she would do is email all the departments and then get in 161 odd spreadsheets. And she spent her weekend going to those spreadsheets one by one, copying the data and pasting it into another spreadsheet, and then developing the statistics and the reports. She spent her entire weekend doing that. And she worked. She was really working hard. But when I thought about it, and I'm pretty sure that woman, when something in her house breaks down, the first thing she probably does is to go to Google or to go to the internet and say, how do I fix this device that's not working? I bought this Samsung thing and it doesn't work. How do I fix it? Yet when it comes to the work, when it comes to the public service, there's something that is stopping us from just trying to find a better way of doing what we do, the grind on a daily basis. And that is the culture that exists. And of course, it's not, there are pockets of where this doesn't happen, but I've been around in the public service long enough to see it with my own eyes. And so one of the questions I want to pose to you is, how do we fix that problem of a public servant that when it comes to the work, just wants to continue coloring in the blocks and doesn't want to use the tools and the technology that they know about, that we have available? And I've said to her, you have all of the technology you need to make your job better. Most public servants already has the technology that they need to make their jobs better. So, colleagues, let me give you an opportunity to first talk about this question of legislation and policy and innovation, dichotomy. And maybe you can even touch on, and maybe we should have that discussion, what are some of the examples of legislation and policy that is hindering innovation in the public service? Let me start with my sister.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I said, they mentioned I'm Queen. Can I relate it to my journey? Because one of my main stakeholders I work with is government, and how some of the pieces of legislation affected the business, but how I came around and turned it into an enabler instead of being a barrier. Okay, maybe a personal story. The main barrier that I changed to an enabler is that I've been to business for 25 years, so I can guess my age now. But after 20 years, I decided to go back to school to learn about technology because I realized that's something that is trending. So obviously, you're 50, you're a woman, you're going to tech space. I'm not even an engineer. But I knew that that's what's going to change my life, change the life of landscape in South Africa. After completing my studies, I went to China because I chose the drone industry. And what I love about the business model is that they're big in manufacturing drones. And on the side, they've got an academy where the staff members use the academy to learn skills on drone technology. And during the weekend, the unemployed youth and children use that academy to learn. I thought that was a beautiful business model for South Africans. Unfortunately, when I came back home, they said, I think I was a bit early for the industry because no one supported the vision of building a drone factory. And because I thought it's industrialization, it will promote jobs, but I couldn't win. After 2 years, I decided to pivot because they were telling me that I don't have a prototype, the TTIs of this world. But then I decided to pivot, and that was the best decision, pivoting to services. Oh, I thought I will make it. Now that CAA is telling me, you cannot trade because you don't have an ROC, you know CAA, I think, South African Civil Authority. You can't trade without having that license. You don't have a license. You don't have a license to fly the drones. When I check what's the journey to navigate, I was told you need to have an ROC. It takes about 2 years to have an ROC. And if you use a consultant, at least you are expected to wait between 18 and 24 years, and 24 months to have that ROC. While I was shocked with that system in services now, I was also told that the consultant charges about 200,000, the minimum, to have it. You know, but because in innovation, collaboration is a new innovation. So I had to partner with people that have that ROC. So that helped me to navigate. And I think that helped because one began to have a brand equity into the space, you know. But the second example is that while I was offering services now, I sold to government and other private sector about the 4R solutions that we are offering. So no one offered to support or sponsor that model of offering unemployed youth with jobs of the future, a prospect, like we're training them on gaming, drone technology, you know. So we decided as a company, let's come with use case. So we applied those use cases and we invited the stakeholders that we wanted them to support us. After seeing what they're doing, for instance, we invited government and UNICEF South Africa. It's then that they support us. But the disappointment, when we tried other things, like you were telling the municipalities, Kokta, that you are big in disaster management, you can actually use drones not only to respond to disaster, but mitigate the risk, you know. So they were saying they don't have money. So we got the money, we go and fly, and the officials have a fear, saying, I can't sign that landowner's permit letter, because before a drone fly, as you know, we need to have a permit from a landowner that you can fly. But they were so fearful while we told them before that you are coming. Now, one finds herself having all the impact social investors wants to support you to do disaster management mitigation, but the government officials, they don't show up or they're scared to sign. You know, so these are some of the challenges one had. But I must say, after deciding to collaborate with other companies like Santam of this world, UNICEF of this world, some CPSI giving us a chance, supporting our conference in disaster management, we started to scale. So I really believe in collaboration and keep on going, even if things are difficult. It does pay off. It becomes a enabler at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ntobo. Let me ask Ms. Moloisi from SITA to comment. You know, I come from the department that sets a lot of these norms and standards and policies that sometimes hamper SITA. So what is your view around legislation and policies and its impact in terms of innovation?
I find that the legislation and policies stifle creativity in that before you even embark on an innovation journey, you already have to check what is it that I need to do. So I'll give a practical example. So let's say, for instance, I meet up with Department of eGov Gauteng and they'd like to do solution X. So the first thing that will hamper me would say, SITA, you're only supposed to look at transversal solutions. You cannot look at things like solutions that are unique to Gauteng e-government. So already there, the legislation is telling you what to do and what not to do. So SITA Act, for instance, says we're supposed to be hosting transversal solutions. We are not supposed to be innovating in partnership with, for instance, eGov Gauteng. So already the appetite, it's killed there. Because from what I've seen, we have a lot of graduates who come up with all sorts of solutions. Then the minute you start taking it up, then you are told, no, you have to go through treasury, write a memo before you can do X, Y, and Z. So our legislation, I think we need to review legislation to say anything that is solving government problems, let's do it despite the inhibitors that are created by legislation and policies. So for me, it's just one practical example. I can't help him because they're saying he can't work with CETA on this one. He can only work on specific aspects. So then your hands become tied, then it becomes an issue where CETA is seen as not supporting our clients. So one of the things that I would propose is we need to work together. We need to, if these policies and legislations are inhibiting us, let's change them. There's somebody who wrote them. If you feel they are not applicable in 2023, let's change the legislation and policy so that we can have a better service delivery. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Pelosi. Let me now Dr. Monalbi, GEMS works in a highly regulated space.
Sorry.
I say GEMS works in a highly regulated space in terms of medical aids. How are you able, talk to us about how GEMS is able to deal with some of the innovation and how we are able to see some of the services that we are seeing digitally even from GEMS. Give us a sense of how you've been able to overcome some of the hurdles.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Zaid. The challenge really is that if you are regulated, as we are regulated, it's not a matter of you have a choice. You have to comply to regulated, to regulations. So the truth is, if you are looking at innovative products and they are not in line with the regulatory framework within which we operate, you simply can't do what you want to do in terms of product that you want to offer. So I know that we all know that the regulator for medical schemes is the Council for Medical Schemes, and the regulating legislation is the Medical Schemes Act. It's not the only one. We are also subject to some regulation like the Information Regulator, POPIA Act. We are also subject to some financial services regulations in terms of the Financial Conduct Authority of South Africa. So how do we overcome the fact that we are such a regulated? We try and do everything and align it to what the legislation allows it. So if you try to do anything outside of that, the regulator will refer you back to the first thing in the Act that says the business of a medical scheme. The business of a medical scheme is to collect contribution in and defer costs on behalf of its members. So we're taking a liability on behalf of members, and that's really what we're supposed to do. Now, there are times, and I'm going to use this example because I also discussed it with DM earlier on. Loyalty programs are usually, it could be an innovation. They've been there now for some time, and we are often asked, but why are you not also innovating and coming up with loyalty type of programs? We actually have products that were developed which would be relevant to the public service employees, and it's actually a captive market. But we couldn't implement them simply because when we said to the regulator, we now want to offer this as part of our benefit packaging, the answer was simple: that's not in line with the legislation as it relates to the business of a medical. So we use the innovations that are applicable, and I would love to use COVID. This is my last statement. COVID forced us, and this also probably answers your first question where you said, what is it that public service employees are supposed to do in terms of, for them to adopt innovation and do something So let's think about COVID. COVID landed unexpectedly. And then suddenly, especially when we knew, we had a sense that there are lockdowns in the Northern Hemisphere. And then we knew we were faced with a lockdown until it was announced by the president. And then we went into lockdown 2 days later. As we were preparing, because it was in March, remember the pandemic started in December to be recognized, and then January the WHO started saying we have something that is looking like a pandemic, and then they declared it a pandemic somewhere in January. So when we were all readying ourselves, we started asking, how are we going to work when you are in lockdown? And suddenly we found out we've got Skypes in our laptops. We had a product that is not even widely used anymore, WebEx by Cisco. Some of them you may be aware. The most widely used ones are now Microsoft Teams, obviously, and Zoom. We had these things, they were just sitting in our systems, and we are not using them. And we had to be triggered by something to use this innovation. So yeah, sometimes we need to be forced into action by the circumstances that we are faced with, like COVID did.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. That's quite insightful in terms of your journey. Let me check now with Mr. Mashao in innovation. Talk to us about that public servant that when it comes to the work, for some reason, doesn't believe innovation is something that he or she should be doing. It's an IT thing. From your perspective, how do we address that?
It's a good one. I equate it to swart gevaar.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the sense that what you do not understand scares you.
Yes.
What your mind cannot fathom is not useful and can never work. Similar to what Mr. Baloyi was saying, Hori, the fact that you do not understand what your junior and subordinate is talking about, and the fact that it has not been done before, definitely means that it can never work. Part of the things that we do as New Innovation Africa Foundation is to assist municipalities to say, innovation is not technology. And technology is not innovation. It starts here. The moment you begin to prepare and position yourself and your municipality, including government and across all spheres of society and arms of government, is that you need to continuously think way beyond where you are now and say, what will be happening 5-10 years from now? And begin to upscale yourself. And my fellow training providers will fight with me because there's a lot of free courses that are sitting just around that people need to upscale themselves. Now, here's what I'm saying. Part of the things that we're trying to preach, and unfortunately we've not been able to implement it much in South Africa. We've been able to get some good reception in the SADC because probably they are not stifled by regulation or those kind of stuff. But it is to say, the notion of smart city should not scare people. It should actually say, how do we, I was sitting to a colleague from Letaba, how do we as Letaba be able to start planning like a smart city? How do we begin to have thoughts that says in the next 2-3 years we need to have fiber, we need to have cameras, we need to have this and that and more. It's not about having the perfect roads, but it is about how do you integrate planning from how you deal with you deal with your project planning to your IDP to your business planning and make sure that wonke umuntu runs across and understands. And we begin to move away from the issue whereby we are just ticking the boxes or comply, you know, but begin to say, if I'm implementing this particular project, what is it that is the critical path for this particular project? How do I begin if I do not have the capacity? Like similarly to us, we have got slightly over 18 PhD graduates that give us services. They are sitting in academic institutions. They have got so much knowledge that is part of the 1% that you spoke about. But we swart it because we do not understand how to partner. An MOU sits in front of your desk, but because you have never signed an MOU with a Black-owned New Innovation Africa Foundation, you've got to understand. Let it come from a white person, and I'm not ashamed to say this. You will sign it overnight, because Katu haumuzivi, and Katu is probably trying to con you. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's where, as I conclude, we need to get officials upscaled. And this is where the CPSI would come in. To try and bring in more and more knowledge-based and knowledge systems and programs that upscale, and forgive me, our dinosaurs that are sitting in municipalities, and I'm sure there's no dinosaur is here. But that have been saying, we've been doing this. You're not going to tell us how to do it. Yes. Same spreadsheet Excel lady. She's been doing it. Yes. And she thinks what is the best thing to ever happen. Yes. You know, so we need to upscale it. We need to keep on encouraging more and more of partnerships, collaborations. For municipalities, as I conclude, is that there is an opportunity to collaborate. Whether it's from a CETA's perspective, sorry, CETA is the worst. Sorry, I'm joking.
Ooh.
But I do. But Sismolo knows. Or CETA, it's we're not going to talk about those. But if you look at the kind of stuff that they have to do and deliver, okay, all these SLAs that are there for same thing, you know. We currently digitizing a ministry in a SADC country. And everybody else now, they have sent their sort of mini JITOs to come and check and see what's happening. That's about 6 ministries sitting in one ministry wanting to learn, such that as this thing goes live, people and internally in that country, they can be able to learn and take it forward. Not in South Africa. Everybody wants a piece.
Everybody wants a piece. And public servants are afraid.
They are.
Very powerful. I'm a public servant. There are times when I'm afraid. So I think very powerful words there. Let me now turn to Mr. Nevufumba. In the Innovation Hub, I think more than anybody, you probably understand some of the barriers and the legislative issues that block innovation. And I'm sure you have to deal with innovators on a daily basis who complain to you and talk to you about good ideas, and you have to shut them down, you have to tell them it's not possible. Talk to us about some of your experiences and what you're finding.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, surely everyone in this room has an idea and they feel like they have a 1 billion rand idea, and every entrepreneur thinks that their idea is the best. Whether they have a proof of concept, prototype or not, they always feel like they need funding because their idea is the best and they can make a lot of money, they can create jobs. So what we do within the Innovation Hub to assist innovations or entrepreneurs is that we try to partner with private and public sectors through a platform that we call Open Innovation Exchange. We will partner with public or private sector in the sense that they'll come and tell us the type of problems that they experience. We sit down with them, we try to draft the specification of the type of solution that they can get. Then we put it on our platform, which is the Open Innovation platform, to get entrepreneurs within our incubation hub or the innovation hub. However, private sectors are also eligible to come and assist us to find the right solution for these solution seekers. So what we're basically doing is to try and match solution seekers
and solution providers. And through that, we're trying to assist entrepreneurs who have got different solutions to assist these organizations. However, sometimes you will get very disappointed in the sense that, for example, we have a company that has built a solution called Bellebox. It's a very basic and simple solution where if you come from a township, you usually go to the clinics to collect your chronic medication. You find that you're going to spend hours standing in a queue waiting for medication, and sometimes you may be told that the medication is not available or is finished. So what this company has done was to build a cubicle box where clinics are able to take a database of patients who needs to come and collect their medication. They put it in the box, and the patient will get an SMS with one-time PIN. So you don't have to go and stand in the queue. You just go to the clinic, you put in one-time PIN, you get a medication, you close the box within 2 minutes. And then the clinics will get the information in terms of the number of medications that are being collected, so you can collect a lot of data. But I think a few years ago, we had a solution which was procured from a German company in the pharmaceutical space. And you ask yourself, why are things like this still happening in South Africa, where you could go to innovation hubs, institutions that support entrepreneurs, and try to find these type of solutions. So we are open to public sectors, private sectors, so that we can work together and try to support our local entrepreneurs who have got innovations, because I do believe
there's an independent board that deals with that. And the independent body comes and say, HOD, don't charge this man. We didn't find him anything guilty. But later down the line, you get an email that says, no, that man apparently we have opened a criminal case. There's a possible fraud. So that thing alone, it creates a problem, because people tend to ask themselves, is it worth it for me to sign this thing? Because even if you make a mistake, you must now go and explain yourself whether it's a mistake or not. And the environment that you might find yourself explaining in might be very difficult. And I think that's where the problem is, so that we are not educating our security clusters and the entire process of 1.2 million, as you say. When I was at the city of Johannesburg, we went to VETS to learn. You do a certificate of MFMA at VETS. You go to class at VETS. It's very difficult. But if you don't pass, you can be fired. As a Section 56, you are appointed with that condition that you are given 18 months to pass this thing. If you don't pass, you can be fired. But the learnings that comes out of there, it's very crucial for you to understand it. But if we don't do that to everyone, and me now when I come in with that learning, I understand. I would then have to believe this person doesn't understand anything, without understanding that this person has not got the same skill or knowledge that it was given to me. And that to me, Chair, we need to find a common ground from your policy area, because that's your job. From the policy point of view, to say, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with PFMA, because sometimes it does block things to be done quicker. But there are processes that you can embark on to deal with that and get things done. But the challenge is, if that thing gets to a scrutiny point, it's not scrutinized in a process of you had to do 1, 2, 3. It is scrutinized from a first point of this corruption. So I think that's what makes people scared, because people will say, I better be charged and be disciplined than signing this thing, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And that's why you find that most of the people, when you sit and ask them, but why are you not dealing with this thing? They are scared. Someone is scared, will tell you, no. This thing, when some of us goes on leave, you come back, a document is there. You will see a document that this thing came while I was not here, but it's there. When you ask why this thing was not, I can't sign this thing. HOD must sign. I can't sign this thing. So it's a culture that we are also bringing in, and it's going to collapse government. Because it will get to a point where this thing becomes a huge thing, because you see, the culture of people, it's psychological. If you have friends that you sit with every day, and you know that every Friday you go to Brasbanwan to drink, you will continue drinking. But if I become your friend, and every Friday you say, let's go to mosque, I'll change and become a Muslim. It's true. It's all about psycho. So your psychological mind determines what happens. So if the people at work, everyone says, don't sign, this thing is scary, you're going to go to jail and everything, everyone will say, I'm not going to sign. Who wants to go to jail? So we need to deal with the issue of mindset and this wellness. Yeah. You see, the wellness of government doesn't work. Wellness. If I was in the private sector for a very long time, when I was doing my inogram system, it was clear. You'll sit with a lady almost every 2 days, every month, training you how to change your behavior, how do you do this, look at things like this and all that. In government, you don't have that. The moment there's one problem with you, wellness, 1 week done, you are done. 7 years done. So your mind cannot be given the food that will be able to train you to understand this thing. And I think it's something that we must also look into, because wellness plays a critical role in everything that we do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, HOD. And you are invited to come with me on Friday. So colleagues, I think we've heard from our esteemed panel, and I want to check with you, because we had contracted with you to finish at 4 o'clock. I've got a note that says we should look to close, but I'm also aware that we've been talking to you, and we said we want to speak with you. So let me just check the sentiment of the room. Can we go for another 30 minutes? We're good with that? Okay. So I'm going to open up the discussion to the floor, but I want us to find solutions, because I think we can lament on the problems and the challenges, and we've heard a lot, and we've said a lot. And I'm in a room with innovators, so I want us to innovate from now, and I want us to find solutions. So as you raise your hand, I want you to give me a solution, and then maybe we'll take a question. But you start off with a solution. So I'm going to just give you a number, and we'll take 5 at a time, and then we'll go on that. So in the front here, MMC 1, 2, ma'am, 3, 4. I don't want to ignore the side of the room, but I saw a hand at the, okay, no hands here. I saw one at the back there. Can you just raise your hand again, please? There was somebody at the back there. I'm at 4. I feel like an auctioneer. There we go, 5 at the back. So you know your numbers. Please be brief with your solution, and we'll then take it from there. No, you're fine. Well, if you want to, sure.
For me, firstly, I think we need to have innovation oriented development planning, budgeting, and performance monitoring. We need not to see innovation as something that exists outside of our development planning and budgeting and performance monitoring. Something that must just come somewhere. I think we need to integrate it as part of the normal processes of development planning and budgeting organizations. And the second issue related to that, for me, we must decide at some point, do we just want to perform, or we want to have a performance that is informed by development planning and budgeting? Because at times, the manner in which we attack development planning and budgeting processes that inform can't really say, no, I want to do something else without following the process. There is adjustment of your development plans, of your budget position, but it follows the process. But the second thing was, as I've been listening to the conversation, legislation policies, but no one talks about a legislative and executive authority of government and where does it reside. We're having a discussion not just as administration, so we're talking within the purview of our accounting authority and as accounting officers and the delegation of accounting officers. We're not talking about that delegation that actually we're talking about, that is delegated. Actually, where it comes from is the executive authority. He has functions that are delegated to him by the executive authority. The actual final output is the executive authority, which is the premier of the government. It's fine. It's fine, but that's where the ultimate authority comes from. Because in the final analysis, what we do for the growth of our people is from the mandate that we give you and through the election. And that's why the authority emerges. From where I say it is that order of authority. The executive authority, the executive authority, then accounting authority. They flow in that formula. And no one must interfere with the eye in the process. The only intervention that can be made by the legislative or the executive and the executive only.
Thank you. Thank you, MMC. Number 2. Perhaps while the mic is going there, MMC, I hear you are passionate about planning. Perhaps it's something that, think about it, perhaps there needs to be some kind of proposal. There needs to be some kind of research paper that comes forth, that talks about a solution, that talks about what you're mentioning, the innovation-oriented development planning. I put the challenge on your table. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Sakari Mukhoya. I'm the Director of Center of Innovation from ICA and Center of Innovation at HOD. So I just want to, because you said you must give us solutions, you must be innovative, festival, passion. So I picked up something that is really steady in the public sector in terms of procuring. And what we do is currently we want to innovate, bringing innovative solutions. We don't do research and development to understand. For example, if we want to bring a new idea of like drones and we don't have understanding how much to cost it. You know, we don't go out there and benchmark and come back and understand that the costing of procuring CCTV is between 100 million and 150 million. We go on tender and people just come and bid. And when they bid, they come with solicited prices like 500 million. And because we don't have understanding and we don't know and we didn't do our research and benchmark with other countries because most of the time those solutions are available. That is the indicator that find us in a very open position whereby there's some corruption happening and we don't even know, just award a company and give them unnecessary money that it's not even justifiable because the costing is no. So my question is, does legislature have a, you know, is it legislated to say when we go on tender, we need to at least put our costing to say we are looking for this bottle of water and the people that's going to bid, we are going for 3 rands, between 3 rands and 10 rands. And so that the people who will come and want to cost it for 50 rands, they understand that they are way above. So I wanted to find out if do we do our research, do we benchmark, do we understand how to cost our innovative solution? Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think in the end, I agree with your point. In fact, we're trying to set up a GITO council meeting, and the caterers have come in 200% over the limit, the department policy limit. And I can't tell them that this is the limit. I can't tell them that this is what our policy says, I can only pay 150 Rand per head. So they are coming in at 300 Rand a head. And then it takes me another 3 weeks to go out and get quotes again. This is about food. Now, when we talk about technology and innovation, it even becomes more complicated. So it's a fair point. Number 3.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just wish to see, because I'm horizontally and vertically advantaged, that I don't want to see. My name is Sam. I just want to bring 2 pieces of legislation in terms of how we went about to enable us to innovate, if we could call it that way. We took the Public Service Regulation of 2016, Regulation 36, and we also took part of our legislation, the Correctional Services Act, where we leveraged on us being self-sufficient. I don't want to elaborate, but thereafter, we then, through our service delivery model, we then developed a framework called self-sufficiency and sustainability. Through that, we had political or executive support. To date, starting in 2020, or just pre-COVID, to date, we have 6 bakeries in our facility through that, and we also approach National Treasury to say all the revenue that we generate, a portion of it must then be plowed back into our rehabilitation process. Currently, we produce bread for less than 8 Rand, and we also take it through to other areas. So we've got an annual report that we developed for our strategy, which we say the fiscus almost 100 billion Rand. We are also self-sufficient on eggs. We don't buy eggs in our correctional facility, which we also share with other people. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying the panel did not also look at that those legislation that can enable us to be innovative. So I wanted to share this story. The second part of my question, Chairperson, if you may allow, if we are not going to enforce or implement Regulation 50, our own people in the public service will force us to do that through the courts. The last one is just a food for thought. It's a book by, let me check here, if I still have a minute, a book by Manjon Tripathi that says the power of ignored skills. If we look at that book, it will tell us that sometimes we don't even leverage on the power of thinking out of the box. And through all of this initiative, we make sure that we utilize the ability that we have, we circumvent what PFMA did not allow us to do, and we negotiate with National Treasury to say that in the next 10 years, we want to see ourselves utilizing our rehabilitation with the revenue generated by those that are behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I want to suggest to you, as I've done with MMC, develop a case study for us. Tell your story and share your experience, possibly even through the Innovation Hub, around how you've been able, with PFMA, with all of the rules that we all have to live with, been able to do what you've done. I think that should be your contribution I'm requesting to this forum and to the innovation of the public service. I've done 3. Number 4.
Thank you very much. My name is Bonaro Moni from First Provincial Treasury. First, 2 solutions which I would like to suggest to, I would say, our supervisors, logically looking into change management. In most cases, we support these we are the ones attending this change management workshops. However, we need to come with
tend to do things only according to the rules, what we are forced to do. So, but when you think about it, during COVID, Treasury actually trying to solve the issue of PPEs, they came up with some benchmark of prices, and the rest is history. We won't get into that because it just fell apart. So I think there are solutions that can be, we find that they are put out there, but we don't follow them simply because we are not forced to do that. It's almost like in the working environment, if it's not a KPI, then why do it? Type of thing. And I think we really need to look into this, and not that it will be innovative, but it is something, well, I think it will be innovative because it will be a change. Yes, so it will be. Maybe the innovation is that let's have guidelines that will set us in the direction of efficiency and ensuring that we promote service delivery.
For me, I think one important aspect is that when it comes to talking about policies, we also need to have people who understand businesses. In most cases, there are people who are very comfortable in government sectors because every month, they get a salary and that's it. They've got no idea or no knowledge of how to run a business. And when it comes to innovation, when people or entrepreneurs are coming to demonstrate their innovations, you find that those people understand nothing. And you find that some of those people hold bigger positions and they're unable to change these policies because they don't understand businesses. So that's one area that we also need to look at as government.
I was particularly inspired by the DCS story to say you can use innovation to drive your costs down. So it's a good story to tell. Remember in my presentation I said let's tell good stories. It's a very good story that you told. Thank you for that. Secondly, I wanted to say Sita is here. Maybe today you can tell me all the negative stories is fine, but tomorrow let's find solutions. Please, I plead with you. I sit in Klein ESCO with our managing director. So some of the issues I can bring them up to the executive management to say, I went to this conference, they first complained, but later on we converged and we found solutions. Can we tackle 1, 2, 3 as part of our APP for this year, and perhaps maybe the next coming 2 or 3 financial years. So complaining, it's a human nature, we can do it, but I'm saying we are here, I was sent here today to engage with yourselves. So today we can continue the negative bashing, but tomorrow I'm pleading that let's find solutions so that I can take them to management. Thank you.
For me, our job should be very simple. That's how I look at life. Our job should be very simple. Our job is coordination. And I'm saying it should be very simple because I worked a lot of time or lots of years in private sector. Whatever happens that we do here in government, you can't do it in the bank. Can't, you'll be fired immediately. So our job here is coordinations. And to bring in the change that we need, there's lots of products that are already out there in the world. We must just coordinate them and bring them home. It's a simple job according to me. But you can't do that if you work for the sake of working. Go to work as if this is your business. Go to work as if you are the client yourself. I mean, I'll give you a simple example. You take your car for service, you go to work. They don't call you the whole day. They call you at 4:15 and say, I'm sorry, you're not going to get your car today. We found out there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all of our drivers are not around. What are you going to say? So that is the same service that we are giving to the citizens of this country, us. The last point I want to make is this. We all say politicians are problematic. Politicians, they don't run government. Government is run by us. Everything starts from us. So we can remove the politicians we run, we still fail. It's not the politicians that sign the tender. It's us. And I don't think there's any politician that can give you illegal instruction, you accept it yourself. Because even in PFMA is written that if you get an illegal instruction, they must write it down. You better be fired and safe. But signing, if you sign it means you agree yourself. And when you go to court, that man or that woman, you will say, let them show you where I signed. You're not going to be able to show anything. So this country will continue going down because of us. It's not only the politician, it's us who are doing the work. I think I'll leave that at that. Today when you are looking at your ceiling, think about us bringing the country down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valoy. Colleagues, I think we've come to the end, and I'm going to hand over to Lindani. So let me firstly thank the panel members for their valuable contributions and invite you to continue with us in the discussion into tomorrow and into the future. And I guess for my fellow public servants, let us try and declare from today that we are no longer afraid. That's the position that I want us to take today, that we are no longer afraid as public servants. So colleagues, thank you very much. Let me hand over to Lindani to take us through the closing.
Thanks, Zaid. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much, Zaid, and your panel. I think that was very informative. Our colleagues have learned a lot. Just a few housekeeping things for the day and tomorrow. Could I request our halal colleagues to remain behind so that we can arrange their halal food for tomorrow? Our starting time tomorrow for the conference is 8:30 in the morning, but I request you to do come here by 8:15 or 8, so that when the DM also joins us, we are ready, we are starting and we are going forward. Our presentations which are delivered will be available on our website. I think latest by Friday or Monday, because we're all here, so the team will still need to edit them and then post them into our website. There's a lost and found cable. I think it's an April, so please come to me to claim it. I'll ask you to pay me 100 rands. To see if it is yours eventually. So colleagues, thank you very much for staying and listening. We will see you tomorrow at 8:30. Our panel members and chair will please pick up their gifts on my right-hand side, this side. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Which one? Oh, Drones, got a type C in the front. Yeah, what in check a live begin.
question. I'm gonna, let me go to my chair.
Ke a bolela. Mekhaba e bonahale. Ka change. sharp. Give me this side. Give me this side. They get the shin level. Empty. Hey, thank you. That's why when you saw and